Wrong one. All right, what's up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you beautiful blasphemous bastards? And yes, Andy, I know, like I did set this at noon. ETT here seems to be really busy, and I was trying to set it for noon, but he was available now. I'm kind of taking a day off from the job hunt, so I've been in a crazy room. I might be covering later. Praise had a crazy stream last night, and I woke up, it was still going. Praise does his 7-8 hour streams, and I guess Darth went off on Mark Reed last night, so I might be doing another stream later. But then Skylar Fiction came on, and I came on, and Skylar was trying to have a good discussion. And it was hard because Jill was there, so a lot of craziness this morning. So I'm nice and juicy. I've been in the conversation mode pretty much all morning. ETT was ready to go now. He seems like a very busy person, so I'm available now. We'll just do it now. Hopefully people will join us, and hopefully if you can't join us this early, you'll catch this on the playback. I think this is going to be an interesting conversation. So ETT is here. I'll let him introduce himself, and we'll go from there. Hey, how you doing, man? Hopefully he's still there. I can't hear you if you're speaking. He did say he was on his phone, so his connection might go out. Are you there, ETT? Oh, don't do this to me. Phones. I have never used my phone for one of these conversations. I don't even think I would know how to do it. Oh gosh, this is gonna suck. All right, ETT, if you can go out and try to come back in, we'll see if this will work again. I was just able to talk to him just right before I started the stream. No, I've had plenty of sleep. I am feeling pretty good. Just waiting on that phone call. I've had, I was quiet. I was letting Skylar do his thing. Skylar's good at doing his thing. So I was quiet through most of it. And then I just couldn't be quiet any longer. But man, I just had this really fascinating conversation with Jill. We have two very different ideas of what cancel culture is. And Will, it drives me crazy when I see people being nice to Will Freeman. Because, he's literally in the side chat in agreement with Jill's crazy shit. And Jill's crazy shit was it was like the Gateway Pundit was his source for some of the shit he was saying. It was fucking insane. Well, I'm really hoping ETT will join me. We'll come back. If he has these issues on his phone, maybe, let's do this when you're at home on your computer. Because I have a lot of questions. This is my first chance to actually talk to a Black Hebrew Israelite. I would love to find out where on that spectrum he falls, how extreme he is. I have talked to him a little bit. He seems to be in agreement with some of the things like groups like the ISUPK might say. So this should be a fascinating conversation. I have a whole list of questions, and I hope that I don't have to do this another time because I'm not prepared to show the praise shit right now. I think it's still going on. Wrong screen there. So let's get back over here, and y'all can see my questions there. Let's see if praise is still probably going on because he was sleeping. So yeah, I can't do praise right now. Hopefully he will come back. This has been a headache to try to get this to happen, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. All right, now he's back. Hopefully it's working now. Are you there? Check Gmail. All right. Yeah, I do tend to ignore chat because I'm doing. All right. I don't know why, but my internet connection keeps cutting out. Can't hear anything. Yeah, I think that is the issue that a lot of people have on their phones. So I'll tell you what. We'll do this at another time. Let's. I know it's been hard to really schedule you and get you down You seem like a very busy person. So, let's try to get you when you can be at home and on your computer and you can have a good link. Disappointing, y'all. Like, I was really looking forward to this. It's, like I said, it's been somewhat hard, like spur of the moment type of guy, not the scheduling type of guy. And I have been looking forward to this. I've been looking, so it's doing that. I don't know if I don't have another screen set up. When he leaves, it does that. I'm just noticing that. That's weird. I kind of like it. Yeah, we'll try again tomorrow. Now, I'm not sure, like, during the week, let me see if I got another screen that I can use here, because I don't think it's set up. Let's see, I bet if I turn off StreamYard, yes, now I can add my fucking camera. So, let's do that. Boom. All right. Better. During the week, it's really hard for me to schedule anything during the day. If I stream, it would have to be like really early in the morning. But then, I'm taking the day off from the job hunt today, but I'm going to get back at it tomorrow. And I feel like I need to be out in the community. I need to be visiting these jobs. I'm letting them know my level of interest in person if I can, on the phone if possible. So I try to relegate my days, especially, to being active in the job hunt. And I try to most nights, instead of streaming now, I'm relegating to being on the internet in a job search, as well as like tuning my resumes and all of that shit. I'm trying to be hyper focused on that, get my life in order before I focus on this. So if tomorrow is better, like if there's any time that we could do it at, like, say anywhere between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern, that would work ideally for me, because like I said, during the week, especially, I'm on the job hunt. Now, if you want to do something during the day, we'll hammer it out for like the weekend, because on the weekend, it's not such a necessity for me. Like I feel like Saturday's still a pretty good day that I could be out, but Monday through Friday is the vital time. So if you want to hammer something out earlier, we'll hammer it out on the weekend. If you want to hammer something out, if you can do something later in the evening, then we can do it during the week. So yeah, I guess I'll talk to you guys. This sucked. I have interesting history with Black Hebrew Israelites, especially the group ISUPK. On my first channel, when I first started doing like edited content, my first channel was like a political channel, but it was weird. It started off with just me and this guy I worked with named Greg. I called him Jesus. He looked like Jesus. He was a right-wing conservative. We got along fairly well until we didn't. But my first channel was basically, it was just me and him. But like I said, we stopped getting along so well, and he wasn't so interested in it. And the channel became more just me making videos instead of me and him, kind of him being at the house and us debating certain topics or whatever. And I started making edited video content. And I started with Girl Defined, but like one of the first videos I ever did was a video on the ISUPK. And thousands of ISUPK and Black Hebrew Israelites saw this. And I've often talked about this. My first death threats that I ever got on the internet, from being the raging atheist, but just first death threats that I probably ever received ever in my life, if I'm thinking about it, came from the ISUPK and Black Hebrew Israelites. Came in the manner of white devil, gonna kill you, honky, type of shit, right? And, I never really took it all that seriously. The first death threats that I ever took seriously were the ones that I got from the NIFB. But it did make me look over my shoulder, because ISUPK, they have a sect in Detroit. Battle Creek's not that far away, and I was getting a lot of death threats, public and privately. And my main contention with their ideology is it's fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It's batshit crazy. It makes no fucking sense, but I want to understand it. I want to understand, like claims about Native Americans being of the lost tribe of Israel. I want to understand how American African Americans are of the lost tribe. Not Africans, but African Americans. Only the slaves that came over. Like there's a lot of questions that I have, and I have a whole list of them. So hopefully we'll have this conversation. I've been looking forward to it. Now ETT himself doesn't seem to fall on a lot of the extreme side, but I don't know where he falls, and that's kind of where I want to have the discussion with him, is to see where he falls on that spectrum of Black Hebrew Israelite. So it should be a fascinating conversation. But I guess we'll figure out something. We'll figure out something. How y'all doing? I really want to show you. Should I show you the Jill interaction? Let's see if I can find the Jill interaction. All right. Maybe I should show you. Maybe we can just look at what just happened. We'll start with Skylar, and then like later, if I decide to stream, I will. Did it just end? I don't know. Or is that? I think it just ended. Yeah, it just ended. So we'll cancel it. And maybe if I stream later, I'll show you guys, because they were talking about Darth going off on Mark Reed. And it doesn't even sound like a lot of the Christians were in much agreement with Darth's tactics. So I want to check that out. So I'll have to find that, and maybe we'll look at that later. But we'll start with Skylar coming in. Eventually I'll come in. I'll be quiet. I'm so glad that Skylar Fiction is back doing his thing. It's so good to have Skylar Fiction back. Having the team of Skylar and Dr. Josh back together takes me back to when this YouTube thing was really fun. You know, I would still be starstruck by people like Skylar Fiction. And now I can. It's nice that we know each other now and we get along, and so it's really good to have Skylar back. So we'll do that, because Skylar is great at what he does, and Skylar likes to focus on a lot of the things that I like to focus on. Because I think Skylar had the same questions about the Christian God that I had when I was leaving Christianity, because most of my questions were based on actually reading the Bible, especially the Old Testament, and reading what it said and saying, holy shit, how did I not know this? How did I not know this about the God that I believe in? So I think that, we'll just watch this. And End Time, I was really looking forward to this today. You've been hard to nail down. So let's nail down when you're at home, you're on your computer, you have a good link. Like I said, during the week, it's better for me to do it after 6:00. But on the weekend, we can go anytime that you want to go, my dude. I'm trying to get better at checking my emails. So let's just get into this. We'll watch this morning. How y'all doing? We'll have a rare, morning with Knock. I haven't done a morning with Knock in a while. I'm looking at my camera screen and I'm seeing like I need to fucking clean my camera, my little camera lens. Excuse me. So yeah, coffee with Knock. How y'all doing? We got 13 people, so hopefully hopefully you guys are going to enjoy this. Now, William Freeman, once we finally get to the part between me and Jill, William Freeman is going to think that Jill owns me. And the thing you have to understand, and I'll try to preface this again once we get to the Jill part, and you're going to see it, and if you know Jill, then you know. It's hard to follow anything Jill says. So, like, I'm basically just trying to clarify with Jill, like, what he means by cancel culture. And it's funny because I still haven't figured out how Jill was able to get the topic there, especially when Skylar went out of his way to keep Jill from getting the topic there. But still, somehow there at the end, we just landed on it, and we landed hard. And William Freeman just thinks that Jill has the right of it. And this is why I just don't get why anybody's nice to that fucking prick. I just don't get it. Like, treat him like the fucking prick he is. Just because he's nice to you, don't be nice back. He's a fucking prick. He's a fucking prick that thinks that women are murderers if they commit abortion. He's a fucking prick that doesn't think that the people that breached the Capitol on January 6th were wrong. They were in every right they had every right to do so. It wasn't breaking the law. Like, why are you guys nice to that fucking piece of shit? I don't get it. I'm not nice to people I disagree with. I'm just not. I'm a dick because they deserve for people to be a dick to them. That's my opinion. But all right, well, let's get into this.
Like if we adopted a
use the
child
word property one way. You said you refer to people
and
as
called
property
them
this
our
way.
own, would you consider that slavery?
The fetus slaves.
You use the word property to refer to people. If you use the word property to refer to people, you're talking about
No, on page 2230 in Jacob Milgram's commentary on Leviticus in the Anchorage Bible commentary, he says that only denotes, right, that the Jubilee doesn't apply to them.
Yeah,
right, and that's the only place where Ahuzah property is applied to persons, and it's regarding their social status.
You're not dealing with what I'm saying, right? I know, yeah, they don't get the same rights as Jews. Some of these people, but once again, they're considered property, right from birth.
Oh my gosh.
Jill, you can respond. I know it's
okay. Did you just hear what one way?
Yo, what's up, Skylar? Good to see you, man.
Yo, what up, my man? Praise. How you doing, brother?
Chilling out, man. Just good combo. I'm sorry to cut you off there. Go ahead.
What are you eating there, Skylar? I'm just curious.
I've got avocado, eggs, and a little bit of pork.
Didn't I say you are not wrong? Well, this is a mistake. And for all clarification, like, so I wake up at yesterday I woke up at like 4, but like generally I wake up around 6 a.m. Now my alarm is set for 6:15 a.m. to get up, get my daughter ready for school, get her dressed, check her blood, make sure her blood sugar's where it needs to be, all that stuff. Her mom is actually picking her up to school now and taking her to school since my car is broken down. So I'm usually up by 6 o'clock, and sometimes Praise is still streaming, and Praise was still streaming, and the whole point of this stream was reviewing Skylar Fiction's most recent interactions with Darth Dawkins. So that's why Skylar's coming in here, right? Skylar's coming in to present himself, like, hey, you're reviewing me. I'm here. Ask me any questions that you might have. That's why Skylar's there. It's never a good idea, though, if Jill is there. And you're going to see why very, very soon. Jill makes it impossible to have a conversation with anybody, with anyone. It's very frustrating, and I don't see why Christians allow it to happen. Like, fucking boot him to the backstage when he can't shut his fucking mouth. I'm bad about it. I got to get better about it myself. So, but I don't really have Jill on the channel anymore. It's not like he's banned. It's just, like if I want to talk to Jill, I'll go into somebody else's room. I'm not going to clog up my channel with Jesus's loony.
He's good. It sounds good. But did you hear what Dr. One Way?
Yeah.
Did you hear what Dr. One Way said about the word property? The extent of that simply meant that you didn't have the year of Jubilee. So property defined properly.
No.
And I have to agree with Tentai say in the side chat. Yeah, it's not. Jill's just a fucking moron. And he's a fucking troll, and I think he deserves what he gets.
It's not what you're trying to define it today. That's basically what the One Way just said. Did you?
I'm just going to read the scripture for people.
So you're just going to keep reading the word property.
Let's just read the scripture.
And that's going to be your evidence.
Scripture for people. Listen, we can go to Dr. Josh Bowen. He has his scholars. I got my scholar.
All right, so if you are joining now because you see a conversation with a Black Hebrew Israelite, I need to try to get in there and change that. Let's go back up here so I can take this down and get the right page over. All right. I need to change the title. ETT's internet wasn't working. He did show up. He was here to have the conversation, but had a bad connection on his phone. So that's why we are now covering this. I was probably going to cover this tonight. Since I was doing the conversation this morning, but here we are now. So maybe I'll be covering the Darth Dawkins portion of the stream later, just giving Praise mad love. But sometimes Praise have them crazy streams. Praise has the like Christian version of my old channel, the open rooms that I used to have, and every once in a while, Praise's open rooms, they get fucking lit, man. So yeah, that's why we're doing this now. So I need to change that title there so people aren't expecting to see me having my rage moments.
Okay. All right. So what did
Hold on,
property
I'd like
mean?
to read. Hey, Jill, I'd like to read the scripture.
Answer my question.
Yeah,
first.
let Skylar read, and we'll respond to it.
Yeah, let's actually talk about the scripture in context, because that's what we're supposed to do here. If you buy a slave, that's not. That's it. If you buy a slave, he's to serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th year he shall go free without paying anything. If he comes alone, if he is to go free alone, but if he has a wife when he comes, she is to go with him. If the master gives him a wife, which is ironic already because I don't see any consent there, and she bears him sons or daughters, the women and her children shall belong to her master.
Brian, I'm not sure. I don't know one way all that well. Jay Pasick might know. I think Jay might know one way better because I think one way's been around for a while. He's never really crossed my radar before. But I wouldn't trust anything Jill says. So I don't think so, but I don't know so. I'll put it that way.
Sure. And only the man shall go free. But if the slave declares, I love my master and my wife and children and do not want to go free, then the master must take him before the judges. He shall take him to the door on the doorpost and pierce his ear with an awl. Then he will be his slave for life.
So who is the slave here?
All of them. The women,
all of them
the
are
children.
Slaves?
Yeah.
The children are slaves. So who are we going to arrest for slave trafficking here? The parents?
All right, so Jill's about to start a shit. It'll go throughout. This is going to get fucking crazy, y'all. Because there's going to come to a point in this where the Christians forget that there's a raging atheist and a Skylar fiction in the room, and they start going at each other. It's fucking awesome. It's great. I loved every moment. I was there for every moment of that. What's up, Gur? Early stream. I was supposed to be talking to ETT this morning. Finally got him on the stream. He actually showed, but he was on his phone and we had a bad connection and it just didn't work. So yes, this happened this morning. When I woke up this morning, this happened. And I got to be a part of it. And I got to end with an enlightening conversation with Jill that had me really amped up to talk to a black Hebrew Israelite. I'm not gonna lie. I was amped. I was ready for it today.
Slavery was allowed, dude. Sorry.
So who are we going to arrest?
Sorry, you can say it's not allowed.
Well, I guess my first complaint about Skylar is he jumped from Leviticus 25 to Exodus.
Simple question, destroys the entire narrative.
So for the Jews,
so who do we arrest?
Slavery ended in Leviticus 25.
So who do we arrest for slave trafficking in that situation before you jump to another passage?
Just like in America, right? We had laws against slavery that were
So who do we arrest for slave trafficking in that situation where the child is being born into slavery? Who do we arrest?
I forgot.
All right, so Jill being Jill, getting triggered because Skylar Fiction making great points, and I'm seeing Dr. Josh in the side chat. Good morning, Dr. Josh. Hope you are doing well. Dr. Josh was in the side chat for this, so he knows what's about to ensue. But, so Jill's going to assert through this entire thing just really dumb shit, right? So I'm going to answer you, Jill. Now, in ancient Israel, nobody would have been arrested for it because it was God's law, right? that's the point of contention here was the fact that it was God's law. So even if the civilization didn't enact the law, right? Like say they didn't actually force people into slavery, even though we know they actually did, and the Bible actually says they did, but say they didn't. It's a moot point. The point is that it's God's law to do so. And that's what's that question is if God is good, if God is this great God to worship, then if he's the basis for all morality, then why does he allow the murder of babies? So it's a moot point, but I'm going to answer because he asked these really stupid questions. If this were to happen in the modern day, Joe, well, the parents would have been arrested. The government officials that allowed the human trafficking would have been arrested. A lot of people would have been arrested for this shit if this happened in the modern day, Jill. Common sense, you would think, but it is Jesus is loony.
Forgot. It's been so
Who do
long
we
since I
arrest, Skylar?
Yeah.
You don't have an answer.
I'm ready for a conversation. So you let me.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question and end this conversation. Who do we arrest for slave
You think
trafficking?
they had like a police force?
Who
That,
would
like,
be
monitored
guilty?
slavery
Okay, in
in those
today's
Yeah, so my
who would
answer
be
here,
guilty of
right,
slave
is
trafficking?
just,
No
and
one.
since we're working with Exodus 21 here, my
Mhm.
answer here just is that the parents usually picked up the trade, or I'm sorry, the children usually picked up
Never,
the trade
Cheryl.
of their parents. And so
What's your response,
they
bro?
also picked up their inheritance rights. So it's the same thing here in Exodus 21. So the reason why people could opt out of the situation is because, right, they could manumit, right?
The women and children couldn't opt out of that situation.
Yes, yeah. In this case, the children have no choice but to be,
And the women.
co-heirs with the property. In fact, we have
And the
documents
women,
from
one way.
Lucy supporting this.
The women too.
So who do we
You have to
arrest?
acknowledge. One way. You're just saying the same thing I am with more words.
So who do we arrest? Who's guilty? Who would be guilty? And according
Right.
to today's
No,
laws,
it's
who
not.
would be
It's not
guilty of
against the
slave
law in this time.
I'm asking you, according to our laws
Wait.
today.
Yeah, and that was the perfect thing. I haven't had a morning like this in months and months and months. I have to thank Praise for providing the opportunity by streaming for god awful long hour. I think the longest stream I ever had was 7 hours, and I couldn't do that shit no more. Usually 3 hours into an open room, I start to get quiet because I'm getting tired and I'm ready to fucking stop. But I don't like conversations to end, so I usually will let it go on for a few more hours even though I'm not participating. So I have to thank Praise for the opportunity. This hasn't been a morning I've woken up to in quite a long time. I'm having my first cup of coffee right now, and I'm listening to this insanity ensue, right? And it always ensues, and this is what I love about Skylar fiction, because these are the conversations I like to have best, and he is so good at just starting these up because he's Skylar fiction. Like, most people know that this is what you're going to be talking about with Skylar, and he's really good at having this conversation. And there's going to be a couple people in this that just aren't ready for that. And I think one way is really trying, but you're going to see, like, Jill doesn't really allow for discussion to go on if Jill is in a room. And Jill's gonna claim I'm trying to cancel him. I'm not. I'm just like put him backstage until it's his time to speak or whatever, because he just keeps fucking talking.
Hey,
Which
who
law?
would be guilty of slave trafficking in that scenario?
This is what's happening. First of all, you can't buy and sell wives in today's law.
Okay, who would be? Oh, yes, you can. Who would be guilty of slave trafficking?
Wait, no, there's a huge problem.
Yes, you can. You can still buy and sell wives. He's probably referring to like internet brides, maybe. I don't know. But like, say, even in those circumstances, that's not like, you're buying a wife, right? Like, you're not paying for the human being. I don't understand those situations because I've never participated in them, and I have to believe that, like, a lot of people that do that, are just looking for a green card to another country or something. I don't know, but, like, to me, I mean, like, does Jill not understand the difference between, like, modern day internet whatever that shit is, internet brides, compared to a woman being sold, having her free will and her life sold to a person? Like, there's a fundamental difference there.
Do you still view these laws as actual normative rules that regulate society, Skylar?
One way, no, it's not the point.
Okay, good. So then we don't need to have the discussion of whether they are rules that regulated society.
That's your opinion. We don't need to have this discussion. You just don't want to.
No, it's the overwhelming consensus of scholarship.
No,
even Dr. Josh says that, right?
Oh, of course. Well, no. It's once again wasn't my point. Of course, it's not the normative laws of what we do now. It's not part of the religion now. You guys have changed. The religion has changed and evolved.
I'd like
your
to know
morals have changed and evolved throughout that religion.
No, I'm asking you, do you view these as rules that regulated society like Exodus 21?
You know, and Skylar's not wrong there. But like in my opinion, I don't think Christianity has changed willingly. I don't, you know, like I think that society has changed through civil rights movements, through activism. I think that if the church could still burn us at the stake, they probably would. If they could get away with it legally, I think that they probably would. So I don't necessarily think like the church has evolved too much. I don't think that the church has the power, and I definitely don't think that most churchgoers would at least at first want to participate in like stake burnings. But I think if it started, you know, more and more would warm up to the idea, pun intended. That's my opinion.
These were laws given to the Israelites by the Jewish, by Yahweh.
Yeah.
Hold on. It was rules and laws given by Yahweh in order to make their society separate and unique from the cultures around them. I know the history one way. You have these same kind of sad arguments you try to use against me all the time. I'm not making the arguments that you're using against me.
Skylar,
that's the sad part.
This is the consensus of legal scholars in this area.
I'm not arguing that.
They don't regulate society. You're viewing them as rules. That's why I'm curious.
Dr. Josh actually disagrees with you on this, and he's told you over.
No,
Yeah, and this goes to the point that I was making, and this is what like they're not understanding, and they should. It doesn't. It's not even applicable. It like I said, if ancient Israel didn't enact these laws, and we know that they did, but say even if they never enacted them, the fact that they're God's law is what's at issue here. That's what's at issue. God's law, not did Israelite actually enact it. Say Jill is right, and it was all just like you know modern day employment, right? Like people were just getting jobs, yo. You just had to sell away your whole fucking existence for that job. You know, capitalism at its roots here. But say he's right, and ancient Israel never had a single slave ever. That's not what's at issue here. The issue is that God's law condones it, endorses it, calls for its enforcement.
Doesn't.
Well, he's told me he disagrees with you.
Dr. Josh.
In fact, you have this habit of trying to challenge Dr. Josh on things. He does all the research and the work. He puts it in, and then after he does all that, you change your view, and then we have to wait for you to come up with some kind of new argument.
No, I haven't changed my view at all. I'm still holding that the laws weren't legislated.
That wasn't the point.
So these laws weren't legislated.
The point is that God told people they could do something.
Okay, so if God told someone to do that today, what law would they be breaking? Can you answer that?
Yeah, slavery is banned.
What law would they be breaking?
Banned. GG.
Again, just a really stupid question. Totally fucking up the conversation, the flow of the conversation. Skylar's actually trying to have a conversation with one way, and Jill has to interject with a really dumb question. But let me answer that for you. For one, every state in America has anti-trafficking laws. I don't know the specific codes, but you don't even need them because the law of the land, the Constitution, the 13th Amendment, Jill, the 13th Amendment, Jill. I mean, you're supposed to be a teacher.
Do you know that you're a teacher supposedly, and you don't understand our Constitution?
Okay, so which law? If I'm born into a family,
you can't.
If my child is born and I live currently on someone else's property and I'm working for that individual, is my child now born into slavery?
No, you don't.
Okay, so then what you're witnessing, what you're describing, is not slavery then.
Like, Jill is just stupid. And I still, all these years later, I can't figure out if it's on purpose or if it's real. I have a hard time imagining that anybody on God's green earth can be so fucking stupid. It has to be fake.
No.
If it's not slavery to them, it's today. It's not slavery.
Did you buy your wife, Jill?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Something you're leaving out of the equation. What do you think that is? Her volition.
Yeah,
if she wants to be bought, I can purchase her.
It's not how Old Testament.
Yeah, that's still allowed in many countries today.
Can you give me a verse where?
So, and this is the problem, and this is going to come into play later, right? Because Skylar's going to do the right thing and understand Jill is just trolling and coming with this nonsense. He's not really participating in the conversation, and he's going to really try to stay away from Jill and try to kind of cut Jill out. And he's going to do a fairly decent job of it considering it's Jill, right? But I'm going to show later, just like everything Jill says, all you have to do is Google it. It's all you have to do because everything he says is wrong. In some way or another, it's wrong. All you have to do is Google it. And I'm going to do that later because, I took the day off from the job hunt because, for one, I feel like I needed it, but I also had the conversation with ETT this morning. That didn't happen, so we're doing this instead. The connection was bad for ETT. I'm going to really try to get that for you guys. I've been wanting to talk to a Black Hebrew Israelite for a while, even if he's not one of the extremists, and I'm not sure if ETT ain't. But even if he's not one of the extremists, I've wanted to talk to one for a while.
Where it talks about a woman being bought and sold, where it's her consent in the Old Testament.
Wait, the burden of proof is on you.
You're saying that's how it happened. Can you give me the verse where it says a woman was sold to a man and she consented?
The burden of proof is on you to prove.
No, that's your claim.
Otherwise,
you're the one who claimed that's the way it was.
Like, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Skylar Fiction is going based on what the Bible says. Jill, you are asserting that it's consensual. The Bible never says that. The Bible doesn't say what Jill says. You're asserting it. You need to prove your claim, Jill.
Now, can you give me a verse that says that?
I would just say. Well, actually, you're talking to somebody else. So my apologies.
Exodus 21. So we have precedent in Scripture.
Okay, wait a minute.
Which says that kidnapping is punishable by death. So you can't kidnap anyone or force them to work against their will.
They didn't consider this kidnapping.
So can you show me a verse where you could actually force them to work against their will?
Jill, they didn't consider
other than slaves or other than
I'll talk when you're ready. Just let me know.
POWs or prisoners where we confine today and force them to work today. Can you find anywhere? I asked Dr. Josh the same question in the debate, and he pointed to.
Would you agree, Skylar, that?
No. I'm going to answer.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, Jenna. Yeah. I haven't done a morning coffee with Knock in a while, and this was supposed to be a conversation, but this conversation did happen this morning. This is fresh. This just happened. Skylar Fiction went in. I had just woken up. Skylar Fiction hopped in, and then I hopped in, and the fun ensued. So this is all happened today.
Question, then I'll answer.
Not the Black Hebrew Israelite, but still, fresh conversation.
2 years. One thing I got to wait for him to finish. Are we done? Okay, good.
Yeah.
So now I got to finish chewing. So, that scripture doesn't show content. It's consent. Also,
doesn't show force.
They didn't view this as kidnapping. This wasn't kidnapping. Women were just property bought and sold, right? Now, if someone came and kidnapped their property, they might view it as that, but it's not looked at in the same way.
Okay, so women were forced to marry. They were forced to what? To do what exactly?
Let's give you a scripture. Let's go to. I love going to scripture, man. I'm a scripture guy.
And you know that these women were forced. You know that for sure.
Yeah.
You do.
If a man is to sell his daughter as a slave, she is not to go free as the male slave.
What's your evidence that the daughter did not want to go?
See, we don't want to hear that scripture.
You're a dishonest scumbag.
What's your evidence that
So Kevin coming in with the insult. So Kevin's a little butthurt, right? And I don't blame Kevin because he literally got owned by Skylar, and he literally admitted that he's all cool with slavery, Skylar didn't do that to you, bruh. You did that. And he's all butthurt because he wanted to talk about the gospel. And, well, Skylar talked about what Skylar wanted to talk about on Skylar's show, which he should have known because that's what Skylar talks about. You know, fucking Kevin's an idiot. But, you know, he's a little butthurt. Just a little butthurt. But don't worry, y'all, because this isn't the Skylar Fiction versus Jill show. This is the Skylar Fiction versus the Room show. And then it's going to end up with me versus Jill. But it's not going to be long. I mean, Jill's going to keep talking. Jill's going to keep interjecting. But Skylar's not going to try to pay him much attention. This is not Skylar Fiction versus Jill, thankfully.
That the female there did not want to go. Well, we'll stop there. We'll analyze as we go. I don't mind you reading the scripture, but let's analyze as we go instead of assuming. Sure, what's your evidence that the female there did not say, excuse me, what's your evidence that the female there did not say, Dad, yes, when am I going to be sent off?
All right, so I mean, it's a ludicrous assertion to maintain that all of the slaves, all of the women that were sold into slavery in ancient Israel did so consenting with consent. It's just a ludicrous assertion. I'm not going to say that many aren't, or like there aren't any, right? Like nobody entered into slavery or involuntary servitude non-consensually, because I'm sure that happened quite a bit. But it's ludicrous to assert that happened throughout that was 100% the rule. In fact, I would say at most, if you include, you know, like the debt servitude, the involuntary servitude, I'd say probably 35%. I'd say the most of the slaves came from war. You know, and I don't think that there was any consent involved there. And then, as Skylar's pointing out, fathers had the option of selling their daughters into the servitude. And while I am certain that maybe some of those daughters, because the argument later is going to come up that, you know, it was considered an honor to be sold into slavery because, you know, like if you were sold into the royal family, then you could become part of the royal family. And it's a moot point because slavery is wrong, whether there's like some personal benefit of it or not, right? It's still wrong. Point blank, owning another human being is wrong. It doesn't matter if that particular human benefits from it or not. It's still wrong. And like I said, it doesn't matter if everything Jill is saying is true, that it was consensual, that it was an improvement in your social status, which will be the argument later. All of that's moot because the issue at stake here is God good or evil? And if he's good, how can he demand law, even if it's not practice law, demand law that institutes an institution that we know to be fitting the description of the word evil? That's what's at stake. So if it was all consensual, if there was a benefit to every single slave in ancient Israel, not the issue. Even though we know that that's not the case. We know that that's not the case. But not the issue. The issue is it's God's law to begin with. And if God is good, why is it part of his law? Explain that.
When am I going to be sold?
If you'd like
in certain cultures, Skylar, other than your own, that was a privilege to be sold to, especially to a family of royalty, because that meant that your family would inherit the royalty or your family would inherit the wealth. So being bought and sold is not enough to prove the volition of the person that's being bought or sold is being violated. You need more than buying and selling and purchasing. That's what I just taught Mark in our debate that we had last Sunday.
All right, so there's that ridiculous argument, right? So And Jill is too dumb to even realize that his argument actually makes it worse, right? So under this good God, Israelite came up with a system that made things so bad for a large segment of the population that they thought slavery and a life of servitude would up their social standing, that it would make their lives better. If that's true, that makes it worse. That makes it worse for you. That it's so bad for these people that slavery is the best option for them.
You need more than just the word purchase and buying to prove that someone's volition has been taken from them.
Okay, now I'm going to respond, please, uninterrupted. I'm going to read the scripture and I'm going to explain this. So first of all, you have to, like I said, you're just making hypotheticals that aren't based on any kind of scripture or historical narrative. There are modern
Exodus 21.
Excuse me. I gave you the time to sit there and rant. I'm going to do my scripture now. If a man sells his daughter as a slave, he is not to go free as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who has selected her for himself. Oh, there's the key word.
Mm-hmm.
Who has selected her?
Is that for?
Or
is
I'm
that
still not
force?
fucking done, you piece of shit.
Is that
He
proving
must
force?
let her be redeemed.
You're a vile scumbag, Skylar.
You know, it's a bad thing about OBS because I've never figured out how to show the chat. But anyone watching, Raging Atheist is not a non-believer. Yeah, I'm totally a Christian, y'all. The gig's up. The fucking gig's up. Cat's out of the bag. I'm a goddamn Christian.
Yeah. Hey, Praise, you want to moderate a little bit, or
is that proving?
I don't think throwing
invectives
at Skylar is helping anything. Okay.
Well, I
It's
mean, calling
unnecessary.
Jill and effing whatever.
Kevin,
is
the
helpful.
liar, the guy who lied and said that I didn't set up a discussion about
Two things.
Oh,
You
no,
haven't proven
Jill, I'm not done, Jill. I'm going to get my
forced.
point out, or I'm just going to leave because it's not point.
Okay.
It's no point having the conversation.
So let me know
Jill,
when you
I
have
will
an
just keep
actual
talking. I will
evidence.
talk, and I will talk, and I will not
Yeah,
I will
sure.
make this a dumpster fire.
So keep reading.
So you're
keep
either
reading.
going to listen, and we're going to have a
We're
decent
listening.
conversation.
Go ahead. Keep going.
We're either going to have a decent conversation.
Keep going.
First of all, I will. But
reading.
shut the fuck up. Shut your pie.
We're
hole.
waiting.
Kevin's biblical discussions lied
We're waiting.
about what we were discussing. I
I
showed
lied.
the emails on my channel.
I lied. So when
Yes,
I
you
was
did.
backstage with you and Josh,
Emails.
when
Were
I
you
was
gonna read
backstage
them
with you and
live?
Josh, and you asked me what I like to talk about,
Come
did I
on,
tell you
Kevin,
I would
come
talk
on.
about the gospel?
Kevin, do you want me to show the emails of what I asked you to bring?
When I
up?
was backstage with you and Josh,
So we are to the first butthurt meltdown. Kevin here. I don't like to call him Kevin's biblical discussions anymore. I like to call him Kevin Slavery's Not Bad. Because he said that shit. He's really, really butthurt. Because Skylar Fiction made him look like a fucking fool. And he rage quit. And it was beautiful. I wish I saw it live so I could have talked shit live. It was so beautiful. But I did cover it. I did a stream on it. It was great.
in StreamYard, you asked me things I like to talk about. Did I not say I love talking about the gospel?
Yes. Does that mean we didn't set up a whole discussion of what we were talking about?
No, you never told me specifically what you want to talk about in the email. That's why I wanted to talk about the gospel, and I told you I enjoyed talking about the gospel.
Hold on, I will just read. I can scare screen. You want me to share screen?
Oh, thank you so much, Paul Camish. Donated $5. Have a cup of tea. Paul is an anti-coffee person. I am drinking coffee, and I will have tea later, though. I've got a batch of sweet tea, but I drink it cold. And I think that I don't know. Do you guys drink cold tea? But thank you very much. And that reminds me, because the last stream, Pat donated $50, and it must have been near the end or something, or I just didn't get the notification. And I never acknowledged it. So I want to thank Pat for his generous donation as well, in the last stream that I had.
We could read it all together because I did it on my channel for everybody.
Yeah, you did not lay out a specific topic we would be talking about in email.
I said
we were backstage in StreamYard. What?
I said biblical discussions.
That's a very vague.
Of course it is, because that's what we do.
It's like, have you ever watched Skylar fiction ever? Ever. Like, ever. Like, what the fuck, Kevin?
Talk about the whole Bible. You didn't ask us for anything.
But you're ignoring.
Listen.
Obviously, I've said in StreamYard.
Just real quick. Kevin, I'm gonna favor Skylar because he's always treated me well on his show.
Let me speak. Hey, Praise told me you wanted to talk with me. What's up? Hey, I reached out to you to possibly have guests for the show and recommended you. Dr. Josh Bell and I are looking for Christians for biblical discussions. Is this something you'd be interested in? Sure, yeah. You have any days off you're available? Monday and Tuesdays. How about Monday, 8 p.m.? Does that work? Yeah. Perfect. I will set up for Monday and put you in the channel description. You have a photo of yourself, and then you.
And like, really, like, so what does this have any basis? Like, you think Kevin, you would add something to the conversation that's being had, but you're just so butthurt because you got so owned. And it happens. It happens to all of us. Maybe not all of us, but like, it's definitely happened to me. I've been owned. I mean, Khalil Allah, that first time when he trapped me in philosophy, man, that got me. I was really, really upset. So I understand, but at the same time, you got to get past it, bro. You got to get past it, and understand. You know, you got that ass whooped. You got to just take that L sometimes. Just take that L. We all got to take that L sometimes. Holy shit, fucking messenger. Thank you so much, John, for your very generous donation. $100. Holy shit. Yeah, thank you so much. John, you've probably paid my rent this month. A good chunk of it anyway. Thank you. I can't be grateful enough to you guys. You guys are the best. You just are. You're here for me, and I really appreciate it. And I thank you so much.
You sent me a photo. That's what you said. I asked you to come on for biblical discussions. You told me you like to talk about the gospel when we.
And hello, Divine Sorcerer, and everybody else in the side chat. You know, I was supposed to have a conversation this morning with the Black Hebrew Israelite. Been trying to nail this thing down for like a good week and a half. And it just doesn't happen. He did show. He was here. He just had a bad link. He was on his phone, bad connection. So we're gonna try to get that done. So this happened this morning, and I was probably gonna show this tonight anyway because this devolves. I mean, we're gonna have dumpster fires. We're gonna have ridiculousness. We're gonna have Christians attacking Christians. This is going to devolve. So I was gonna show this anyway. But since the guy didn't show up, or since the guy didn't have a good connection and I was live, here we are. Man, thank you guys so much for your generous donations. Thank you guys for being here and supporting me. It just means the world. So, yep. Yeah, I'm going to stop rambling about that shit. Smoke more weed. That's going to become an issue later. Not for me this time, but it's going to become an issue.
Yes.
That's fine. You can like to talk about the gospel. But I asked you to come on to have biblical discussions. Your name is literally biblical discussions. Now back to the topic. All right. I'm going to read the scripture.
Yeah.
The man sells his daughter as a slave. She is not to go free as the male slaves do. If she does not please the master who has selected him for her.
Wait, so Skylar,
herself,
so are you going to retract that statement?
He has no right.
I did tell you that I enjoyed talking about the gospel. You're going to stop calling me a liar.
He selected her for sons. He must, he has broken faith with her. Okay, if he selects her for his son, see, now he's talking about passing her off to the son and buying her.
Right. If she wants to be passed
grant her the rights of a daughter. If he marries another woman, now he's marrying another one, he must not deprive the first one of her food,
exactly,
clothing.
Right, because,
food, clothing. Right. This is what slaves had: food,
so,
clothing, and marital rights. If he does not provide her with these things, she is to go free without payment.
Okay. So in ancient times, Skylar,
you don't know
women
about
back then,
times,
and also women today. Some women today, thank God, you still have these types of women today. They actually look forward. No one interrupted you while you were reading. While you were reading your biblically illiterate interpretation. No one interrupted you.
You did.
So
You interrupted me like
ancient
5 times, you piece of shit.
Okay, there's your 5th time. So in ancient times.
Yeah, no, I'm going to do it one more time. There's 6.
Okay. All right.
Now,
we'll just
Jill,
go.
we can have, listen to me, we can have conversations. If you choose not to interrupt me, I won't interrupt you.
We can have a conversation.
Do you understand that if you do not interrupt me, I will not interrupt you?
Okay.
We can start right now. Okay. You understand?
All right. God,
do we need a moderator here? Or like, what's the deal?
Again, the entire show.
Go
ahead, Jill.
Yeah, just impossible to have a conversation with Jill in the room. And I love it there because I think with Jill and with people like Jill, you've got to show that impatience with them. You got to call them out or they're just going to continue their bullshit. And Jill's going to continue it anyway. And this is why, and Praise at this point had went to sleep, right? So I'm not knocking Praise for this. Like Praise is asleep, Olive's asleep, Sparrow's not there. I don't think that there's anybody there that could actually put Jill backstage. But this has been an issue. And it was an issue on my channel when Jill was coming on. And I think, my channel was the basis of why people just started putting Jill backstage when you're having a conversation with them. Because you'll never get to actually talk because Jill just keeps talking. And that's a tactic that they have. If they keep talking, they don't have to recognize what you're saying. It's fear. They'll never actually cop to it though.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll interrupt you just like you interrupted me, right? Yeah. All right. So in ancient times, a young girl, a young maiden would have wanted to be. She would have wanted to be sold by her father.
Now, we will get to the part because this isn't like I said, Skylar Fiction versus Jill. He's really trying to open it up to the other room, like trying to get back on topic. Jill is trying to take it over, and Jill's going to continue to do that. But we will come to the part later where it's just like me versus Jill at the very end. And I thought I was going to be talking to ETT, so, I cut it short to start prepping for that. And then I got off the room, and ETT was ready to go right then, so I started this early. It was supposed to be at noon. But we're going to come to a part later to where I'm going to literally show the things that Jill says. All you have to do is Google them. That's all you have to do. And Skylar knows that. Skylar has fucking kicked Jill's ass. But this is for all of you out there. When Jill comes at you with this liberal shit and he's giving you his fucking shit, right? And he gives you a name. Google the name. And I guarantee you 100% certainty that what he says about that name he just gave you is completely wrong. Completely wrong. And I'm going to show that I think, very visibly at the end of this.
Where is your evidence? Now, we know this in history. We have records of women actually going to balls so that they can be purchased by someone, probably someone of high status. Are you talking about? So we still have today, we still have fantasy, what we call fantasy stories like Cinderella, fiction, and still romanticizing that idea. So in ancient times, it would have been a benefit to be purchased by someone, especially someone of high class or high status. That's
not how most Israelites were.
How do you? So can you demonstrate?
All right, so here's that argument I was telling you guys about. Once again, and it's just, it's disgusting, honestly. Like if you just stop a moment, and thankfully, most Christians just aren't going to do this. I would hope, like most real Christians, not online Christians, but real Christians out in the real world, they're not going to sit there and justify slavery in this manner, right? That slavery is a good thing and can be a very positive thing, a way for people to up their social standing. It's disgusting. It's vile, and it's what makes Jill vile. This and many other things, because, as I said later, I'm gonna ask him just the straight up question. Just is neo-Nazism bad? And no, it's not. Not to Jill. Black Lives Matter bad, but not neo-Nazi. So this is Jill. It's insane. But let's continue.
So can you demonstrate that the young maiden there does not want to be sold? That would have been something she had looked forward to her entire life, sort of like your sweet 16 birthday. So can you demonstrate that the maiden there is there against their will? And can you also, if that is the case, who then, if that is.
That is a great point, Messenger. People who make the Bible their God have to defend the entire thing. It's that simple. And yes, and I think that, say their God is real. How is it not idolatry the way they look at this Bible, right? How to me that it's what you're saying. It's a false God.
Is the case, who then are we going to?
Not for everybody, but if you take it to this level, yeah, definitely. It's if you're the Matt Powell's and the Bible says comes out of your mouth every 5 minutes, then how is that not idolatry?
Arrest for sex trafficking, slave trafficking, whatever the case. Who there is guilty of slave trafficking? The father? Go ahead.
Yeah, you just have empty claims. You didn't bet. You
go ahead.
Those things.
Yeah, empty claims, and his claim is basically like, this was a social status that it was like a sweet 16 birthday. The little girl was looking forward to this moment of being sold into slavery her entire fucking life, which is a ridiculous claim to make, and it's an empty assertion. And then he goes on to ask that stupid question again, and, like, who is going to be arrested? Like, so if it's the modern day Jill, and it's found out, everybody involved would be arrested. We have the 13th Amendment.
Yeah, I'm asking you to
I'm done.
No,
I don't even say you.
You're done.
Exactly.
Yeah, and please don't interrupt. Let this guy finish.
I can't even talk.
He's
you wanted
done.
me to respond. You see, this is what I'm talking about.
He's done. All right, finish eating your food. You're done.
No, I have.
And don't
finished a minute ago when you were. Yeah, bring on. But
stick
there's
to
nothing really
debating
to say because you made a bunch of claims.
Stick to debating the
You
Christians
didn't mention
that you allow.
civilizations. You have nothing to argue.
Stick to debating the atheists you allow on your channel. You
Why
don't allow me on your
nobody
channel
talks
for
to
a
me,
reason,
right?
and that's why. And we're
I should go
seeing
back
why.
to talk my own way. It's probably more.
Jill, gosh, man, can you just let Skylar talk?
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead. He's not answering. He already said he's not answering.
No, I was. We can't answer. It's impossible. But so the thing is, once again, you had a bunch of assertions on top of assertions about history. You referred to civilizations. I asked you. You couldn't tell me what civilization you were talking about, right? What you're asking for is something that's not biblical, right? It'd be like me, prove to me Jesus wasn't a raptor. It doesn't say that he's not a raptor in here. Raptors began before human beings, right? So he could have survived. Other animals got on the ark and they could have survived. Doesn't say that there weren't any raptors on the ark. Prove to me there weren't raptors on the ark, right? This is the kind of argumentation that you're putting forward, and it's frankly so silly. But you know that because you're just one big troll that's been banned from his own channel and get kicks from everybody else's channel. That's it.
Okay, so can we move forward?
Oh, please, let's move forward.
Can I read from an actual scholarship?
All right, so I think we're to the part Skylar's just lost all patience with Joe, and this is going to go on for a while. This conversation went on for a little bit, and there's going to be points like when I start actually interjecting a little bit. There's going to be points where Skylar knows I'm about I can't hold it. And I'm about to go off on Jill, and Skylar tells me straight up don't do it, Rage, don't. And then he'll tell other Christians just don't engage with Jill because that's the best way to do it. Just don't engage with Jill when he's like this. This isn't even drunk Jill, but this is the Jill. You just can't engage with him. He's on his liberal kick, and when he's on his liberal kick, he's a different Jill. There's very few times when you can actually have a conversation with Joe, but if he's on the liberal kick, you can't. You just can't.
For the love of God.
See, we're not going to be able to move forward. Jill's okay. Yeah, go ahead, get it all out of your system.
Right, let me just read what an actual scholar has to say about slaves, female slaves back then, quote unquote slaves. Laura Clubberson. And Dr. Josh wasn't invited to the Oriental Seminar for a reason, Skylar Fiction. That is to say, female slaves are listed among household items. This is
their love of Dr. Josh, man.
Saying.
They love him,
including furniture, utensils, and clothing that brides receive from their parents as their dowries upon getting married.
Yeah, CULBERTASON. Yeah.
So the female slaves are not considered property like a table or a chest or a bed. Okay, they are contracts. They provide personal information. She says alongside the price.
The book. What are you quoting?
I'm quoting the papers of the.
Okay, what's the papers called?
I'll put it in the
Here,
chat. It's called the.
I will link it in the chat. No problem.
Yeah,
I have it in my Google Drive.
Yeah, let's actually look at what is being said here. I'm still trying to find her credentials here.
And that's what you have to do. Skylar's doing it right. I don't think they actually get into it too much, but that's what you do with Jill, right? So Jill gives you a name. You immediately put that name into your search engine. That's what you do because Jill is always wrong.
Her credentials. Her credentials are certainly.
Or what?
I mean, I'd say that. But the idea was
you're taking education.
Okay, have you ever heard of
Jill? Are you taking?
Have you ever heard?
Yeah, I still hear about the T-shirts. It was Allie's idea, but I did sign off on it. So as soon as I can afford it, SPM, I'm gonna do it. I got to be able to afford it. I still have to pay for the T-shirts myself, but it was Allie's idea at the time. It was a good idea, and I signed off on it. We were gonna split the cost, and then the pandemic hit, and it didn't happen. I still need to do that though. I still need to do that as soon as I can afford it.
From women? Now,
have you ever heard of the? No, women are not to be leaders in the church, the Bible says. So learn how to read the scriptures and then provide your internal critique.
Okay? Are you saying this isn't part of the church?
No, scholarship is not part. No,
it's not. You don't think the way that God
someone that is leading a congregation can also delve into scholarship, but they're not one and the same. Okay,
you guys are not tired yet? I can't believe this stream
have you ever heard of a dowry, even in modern times? Have you ever heard of a dowry?
Just real quick, I posted the paper in the chat.
Messenger, no. John hates me now. He has good reason to. We had a disagreement over Danny and John not letting Danny on the channel. John has good reason to hate me. I was a dick. I still think I was right, but I was a dick. And Shay, that whole crew, they don't. I'm not left wing enough for them. Like, I'm not willing to cancel and shit and all that shit. So yeah, we stopped talking a while ago.
In the StreamYard chat.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Have
you ever heard of a dowry?
Now 7 hours long. Right? We've been broadcasting now for 7 hours. You guys see that?
Yes. Praise does these crazy
I'll give
Praise credit where credit's due.
I joined.
Have you ever heard of a dowry, Skylar? You ever heard of a dowry, Skylar Fiction?
This other guy talked, Jill. What was the other? Who's the
answer the question. Have you ever heard of a dowry?
I'm not engaging with you.
You asked for context today, or a situation in which cultures do that today.
He doesn't want to talk to you, Jill.
He doesn't. He's done.
No, it's not interesting. You're just kind of
finishing your food. Yeah, finishing your food. Clean your
no
beer.
point in talking to Joe. There's other people.
Skylar's beard looks amazing. Look, my beard looks pretty similar. Come on, dude.
All right, so that's still practice today. That's still perfectly moral today.
He looks like a leprechaun. He looks like he's hiding a pot of gold somewhere. Where's the pot of gold? Huh?
Hopefully under my bed. Let's see. I'm trying to find her credentials here. I'm still not seeing her credentials.
You need her credentials.
Does she have a PhD in something? Like what's her background?
What are Dr. Josh's credentials?
Here's because I.
Oh, that's always the issue. That's why, like, if he ever gives you a name, all you got to do is put it in your search engine, right? Because then you come to the truth. Jill said this person was a scholar. Skylar's looking and looking and looking and looking. He's not seeing it. And now it's like, well, what's Dr. Josh's credentials? Well, Dr. Josh has a PhD. That's why he's a doctor.
I've been waiting patiently to
Yeah,
ask you a question about like one of your assertions, Skylar.
Yes, let's do it.
You said something to the effect like, could you showed me a conditional agreement with what was it?
Someone being sold to somebody.
Say that again.
So I asked you to show me a part where the woman was consensual when she was being sold.
So
Right.
Skylar, I gotta ask you.
Yeah.
You're being so critical of the Bible, and you're trying to say
my gosh,
endorsing slavery.
Why do you people do this?
Like, I've been sitting here quiet, so what am I not allowed to get? Go ahead.
Questions for me to talk to you about. You can talk to me about whatever topic. What's playing something one way? You just come up with questions for me.
Yes. Yeah. So my question here would be like I can actually show in Exodus 21 that it is conditional, right?
Sure. What verse are we on?
It was the same verses that you were citing about if this, then that, right? Those are conditional phrases.
If you buy a male slave, he is to serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th year, he is to go free without paying anything.
Yes, it was the reference to the woman, right? Okay, if the woman goes out, that sort of a thing.
If the man sells his daughter as a slave,
right,
he's not to go free as the male slaves do.
Yes, thank you. That's the reference. So then my question was going to be, like, what would you do with something like Isaac Mendelssohn's quote, right?
Okay.
Do you know who Isaac Mendelssohn was? He wrote a book on slavery, and he addresses this passage specifically.
Yeah, give me what it says. Yeah.
Sure. Just give me 1 second. And the car alarm going off in the background is not very helpful.
We can't hear it, ironically. It's funny.
Okay.
Raging atheist. Is this guy an atheist, by the way? Skylar Fiction?
No.
No.
Okay.
He's a pantheist, but I guess you could say he's an atheist to the Christian God.
Yeah.
Right? Is that fair?
All right. So yeah, I've never really talked to One Way before. He sounds like a fairly rational dude that you can have a decent conversation with, right? But I think we're about to start getting off the rails here. Numismatic King, this is my first time meeting him. He's a character. Not a character in a bad way like Jill, but he's a character, and it's going to get interesting.
What is pantheist?
Pantheist is like
Oh yeah, have a good day at work, Messenger, and thank you so much. You've been really, really, really generous. I really appreciate it.
It's hard word to describe.
Oh,
it's like all physical reality is God. All physical reality.
Do they have acronyms now? Just like
you gotta listen to me when I'm talking. If you
they have
saying.
different acronyms now.
If you don't listen when I'm talking to you, you're not going to hear what I'm explaining to you. A pantheist believes that God manifests himself in physical reality. So this is all God. This is a physical manifestation. It is him. Nothing. It's never changing. It's an eternal God. As far as
so you believe in God.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't understand why these people are arguing with you if you believe in God then.
Well, because they believe in a different God. To be fair, it's not because I believe in a different God. It's because of the way that I argue against the Bible. That's why they're really arguing with me.
But see, now you got me all confused, man. Like, what's going on here?
Well, the Christian God is that it has completely different types of not completely. Well, yeah, it's pretty different from pantheism, but it's a whole different.
What kind of God are you worshiping? The devil or something? What's going on?
How high are you right now, man?
No,
pretty high.
I've been getting high. I'm getting high right now. I ain't gonna lie. I don't get this high though. I maybe I just have a better tolerance. I don't know. He can't be smoking better weed than me because I don't think it's possible. It's legal here. I'm not sure if it's legal there, but it's a whole different world once it's legal. If you don't know, then you don't know.
Okay.
What do you mean, my God, your God? Like, are you talking about Allah?
No, seriously, how high are you right now? What have you been smoking? How much?
I'm always high, man, but that's not the point. The point is, I'm having a full out, logical conversation here.
You're not.
You mean,
No, you're
like
not.
Allah.
A logical cop.
Yeah, so this is going to get weird at times. And I'm not sure if it's so much necessarily the weed, because this is going to happen several times. And I'm not trying to be mean here. I just don't think King here is very bright. And you're about to get it, because I think he only thinks that there's a Christian God. Like, that's the only God that one can have. And if not, then it has to be Satan. And this is what's actually going to bring me into this conversation a little bit, because I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, Willis?
He said, what is it, the devil? Like, that's not logical.
Well, what do you mean? You're saying you don't worship my God, right? My God
I
is
don't
the
know what
Christian
God you believe in. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then yeah, no, I don't worship the Christian God.
So that's why I'm confused, because the other God is Satan, and then the other God is Allah.
Oof. Oh my God.
How many other gods are there?
I don't even want to start with. I don't even.
There are literally thousands. Hinduism alone has thousands.
I don't know where to start with that. Why? I mean,
What about Krishna?
What about Krishna, Shiva? What if?
So that was me. That was me finally interjecting. Like I said, when Skylar's doing his thing, you just let Skylar do his thing. I didn't need to interject at all. I was just there to be there. I wanted to be a part of the fun if possible. So that was the first time I interject, and I just simply asked, like, what about Krishna? And dude, homeboy goes along, like, what about Krishna? No, like, I'm asking you, what about Krishna? Because you're making the claim that there's only God, Satan, and Allah, and that's Abrahamics, yo. Sorry, go ahead, Skylar.
That was ridiculous. I almost feel bad for one way because he's trying.
But no, seriously, what does this have to do with being high? It almost seems like you're high because you're
not following what I'm saying. First you interrupted me as I was answering, right? And then you said something that's completely illogical, as if like you think is a fact that your Christian God exists, right? And there's no way you're going to be able to demonstrate your Christian God exists. Could you?
Yeah, I actually can.
How?
Because I'm alive.
Well, right? I can say, what if I just said the same thing? I believe the Pantheist God exists because I'm alive.
But is there a book, the Pantheon God, who said, I am life, I am truth, I am the way?
Pantheists don't have a human book that was written and then claims that God said things.
Yeah, all right, so, and again, I'm not trying to be mean. This online thing, like online conversations like this is a beast. This is it will test your ability to like yourself, and it will test. You'll find out how smart you really are. That's why I can sit here and because I've seen it. I've lived it now, and I understand. I'm not the brightest apple in the bunch. I'm not the dullest, but I'm not the brightest, because I've been put to the test. And when you get online here, you're going to be put to the test. And a lot of times in these rooms, because a lot of times these rooms become little bubbles. They become love fests, right? And people will feel comfortable to come on and not be ready for a situation like this when you have experienced interlocutors come in that have had these discussions and are going to be an opposing view to your discussion. You're going to get exposed really, really quickly if you're not ready for those discussions. And I think that the issue with a lot of these friend zone type conversations is it makes people comfortable and they get into situations that they're not ready for. Because, I'm not trying to be mad, but dude, it's just not too bright. And you're talking to people, mainly Skylar Fiction, but myself included, that are very experienced interlocutors at this point. and you're not ready. You're not ready for people like us. And I'm not tooting my own horn there, you know, because like I said, I'm not the brightest apple in the bunch. Far from it. But I am an experienced interlocutor at this point.
Jumbo too, but I go off the
mumbo
word.
jumbo, jumbo, and you think you're arguing logical here?
You're saying this metaphoric God of yours, who you don't know what he does for you.
It's not a metaphoric God. That's not the right word. You know what metaphoric means?
Hey, Jeff. Yeah, it has been a while. Hopefully you're doing well, my friend. You know, I'm feeling pretty good about life. We'll see. I'm feeling pretty decent. So maybe I'll start doing this a bit more. But yeah, real life shit had come up, and I've really had to kind of step back and step away. But hopefully, you know, I think shit's getting better.
You know, do you know
it will get better?
Metaphoric means?
Of course I do.
Define it.
That's why I used it. But you're saying you worship God.
Metaphoric.
You're make-believe God, I guess.
Case closed. I'm making fun of God? No, I'm showing logical inconsistencies. You want me to give you an example? Here, let's do this. Let me give you my argument real quick. Let me give you a quick argument. You tell me where the argument fails. Okay? I'll give you premises and a conclusion. You tell me which.
I'm sorry, Bree. It might get worse. We still got a ways to go. And like I said, it does end up like Skylar has just too much of Jill at one point. So Skylar's got to go. It's going to be just pretty much me and Jill going back and forth for a while. Oh my God. I used the Google. And I think I did well. William Freeman thinks that, you know, Jill owns me. I think that there's a part in the conversation where I'm trying to really like clarify with Jill, like what the fuck do you understand? Where maybe I didn't do so hot, but like you guys will see.
Which premise you don't agree with? Premise one: God's nature is the root.
I can't wait to get to that part and like see it for myself, because I know there was a part of it like I didn't really feel good about like what something that I was saying. I don't know. I'd like to see it myself. But like, there's, you know, Jill.
Foundation of morality. Do you agree with that?
So, Skylar, the problem with your argument is
no. Hold on, Kevin. I'll talk to you in a second, one at a time. Okay? I promise we'll get to you next, my friend. Premise one: God's nature is the root and foundation of morality. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. God can do nothing that goes against his nature. Premise two. Do you agree with that?
Does that say that in the Bible, is my question?
You're the Christian. You're the one who should know these things.
So I'm saying, no, it doesn't say that in the Bible. So
you think God can go against his own nature, is what you're saying?
Well, can you
know what that means? You want me to clarify? Like, if you don't know, you can ask me.
Listen to me, man. Do you know what the story with the devil is? He was one of God's greatest angels, and he rebelled against God.
You know, this is why I'm saying, like, this dude just ain't ready. And I think he's intelligent enough to sense, like, I'm not sure if he knows what a syllogism is, but like, he doesn't want to say yes, even though he knows he should say yes, right? Or no. I think the answer would actually be no. I'd have to listen back to it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you're talking to people that have read your Bible probably more than you have. You know, and I'm not even in it yet, but I can almost guarantee you that I've read the Bible more than you have. Cover to cover. I can almost guarantee it. And I can almost guarantee, like, I don't know Skylar Fiction personally, but I can almost guarantee he has as well. You're talking to people that know your fucking Bible. Now, we're not going to interpret your Bible in the same way as you. We'll try to do that internal critique. But when I read the Bible, I'm going to read it completely different than when you read the Bible. And you need to understand, you're talking to people that, like, you're on a very base level right now. Like, yes, we know who Satan is. Duh. Like, you know, and I'm not trying to be mean, but, you know, this is going to become an issue. And this is what I'm saying. Like, you know, eventually it's going to become like a catfight among the Christians about smoking weed and whether or not you should be smoking weed.
Has nothing to do with my question.
So
You know
maybe
what
I
God's
didn't
nature
understand
is.
your
You know
question.
what it means to be like the nature of God. You understand the nature of God is unchanging.
But how did Satan rebel against him then?
Because Satan isn't God.
He doesn't get it. He's not getting. Maybe, let me just try to
No,
clarify.
Jill. I don't want to talk to you. I'll
Yeah,
talk
he
to Kevin's
doesn't get
biblical
it.
discussions.
He's
If
not
Kevin
getting
wants
it.
to talk, I'll talk to him, or I'll talk to this guy.
Well, I'm just going to ask one question.
No, I'm not interested.
Is God creating Satan? Did that go against his nature? Does the creation of Satan itself go against God's nature?
That's kind of what I was trying to say.
Exactly. Go ahead, answer that, Skylar.
No, it's not the question. It's nothing to do with my argument.
That's what he just confirmed, sir. Does the creation of Satan itself?
So
it's
that's
pivotal.
not that wouldn't be going against his nature, then, would it?
It's pivotal to your point. Does
Well, it's not, because I think the question is, I think part two of Skylar's syllogism here is it possible for God to go against his nature? Which the answer would be no. God creating Satan has nothing at all to do with it. Do we even know that God created Satan? Like, does it say that biblically? Because I don't remember reading that in the Bible. Satan just seems to always be there, right? Like, where does Satan come from? Who created the angels? Did God create the angels? I think we assume God created the angels, but does it say that biblically? At least from a Christian context, I don't know the Jewish religion all that well. I understand that the Jewish religion has a fairly extensive angelology. I think that's how you say the term. So maybe, maybe the angels were created by God. But from a Christian context, utilizing the Bible, I don't see how you jump to that assumption. I don't think it says that clearly. I think the angels were already there at creation. Satan himself was the morning star, as far as my understanding goes, and Satan was the greatest of the angels. He was the most beautiful. He was their leader, I guess you would say. And something happened because Satan turned against God. Now, God's nature isn't supposed to be changeable, right? Like, so when Skylar asks you the question, it should be fairly easy for you to answer no, because God can't go against his own nature. So it calls into so many questions when you just consider the creation of Satan himself. So God is omnipotent, omnibenevolent, all these aspects of the triple O God, like he is supposed to be all-knowing. So he created Satan, supposedly knowing that Satan was going to go on to become Satan, right? The morning star was going to go on to become Satan. And God understood that the morning star, the greatest of the angels, was going to look at God and see evil enough to rebel against it. So we understand who Satan is. You should very easily be able to answer no to this very simple question. Can your God, the Christian God, go against his nature?
That's why Satan
himself go against God's nature.
I might look stupid, but I'm smarter than I look, man.
I'm not sure. I can't. The problem is I just can't talk to you with Jill chiming in. I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
Well, you can. Well, King, ask him the question yourself so he can answer, because he's gonna dodge me, like he's been doing all.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, like
Well, I haven't heard your answer to premise 2. Can God do anything that goes against his nature?
Because it's a malformed question.
It isn't. God can't, guys. Jesus Christ! Any Christian you would ask,
we're trying to get it.
Okay, so the first
I think heaven would admit.
See, they understand, and I don't think that this is the first time that Skylar has presented this argument. They understand they don't want to concede the argument, right? They understand that, and they're going out of their way to try to avoid conceding the argument. But it's a simple no. Your God cannot go against his nature. It's a simple question.
We're trying
to the first question I said yes.
Well,
the second question I'll say no. And what's your third question?
That's the actual. I mean, literally, this isn't even like a position. Any Christian who studies the Bible or studies like William Lane Craig, any of these people would say God can't do something that goes against his own.
False.
Give me a scholar that would say. Give me
Skylar,
one scholar that would say God can do something against His own nature.
The problem is that
give me one scholar that God says God can do something
One
against His own nature. Why am I engaging with Jill? God, I wish I had the ability.
The problem is, Skylar, you haven't gauged, or you can't gauge, perhaps, what it means to go against God's nature. That's what we're trying to gauge.
But that's not where we're at, Jill. We're not there.
It has absolutely nothing to do with it. Skylar Fiction's ability to gauge God's nature, which is an impossibility. Nobody has that ability because God is in absence. If God was a thing that was there, you might be able to do that, but you can't because He is in absence. There's an absence when it comes to your God. Skylar Fiction's ability to know the nature of God has nothing to do with the question, does God have the ability to go against His own nature? You are conceding the argument when you just don't answer no. You are conceding that you understand you have irrational beliefs that you cannot support.
But then your statement has no meaning. We're trying to fill in what it means to be. What does it mean?
Jill, you make no sense. So why don't you let them finish? Because they were having a conversation.
Nature. Can you answer that?
If Jill jumps out of this.
What does it mean to go against God's nature? Is the creation of Satan going against God's nature? Can you answer those questions?
Do you want to jump onto my channel?
You're just going to throw arbitrary terms around.
Kevin, you can join. Raging Atheist can join. But we can't do this. Jill's going to kill this conversation, unfortunately.
Sure.
You know, we probably should have all taken that offer. But I think Skylar's just making it in passing, trying to get Jill to shut the fuck up. But I think we all should have done that. We should have all hopped on Skylar's channel or on my channel because we might have actually had a decent conversation with King here. Kevin's butthurt, so I don't think it would have been decent. I don't think he would have lasted very long in it, but it would have been better than Jill. And I don't know, Dave is either there or he's not, but he's probably naked, and Dave doesn't matter. The news unit, he doesn't matter.
Jill, can you just bow out so we can all talk? We don't want you involved, man.
No, you can't answer the question, can you? You don't even know what it means to violate God's nature. So how is that a part of your argument?
You know what? For the first time, I'm realizing Jill kind of sounds like Veckel a little bit.
Oh, too bad.
You ever notice that? I never noticed it till now, but almost like Veckel was doing an impression. Anyways, all right.
So what does it mean to violate God's nature?
King, what can I call you, man?
Third question.
So the third premise.
I think they say a lot of the same words, but I don't think they sound the same. Jill sounds nasally. I just detect a lot of. Jill's speaks through his nose.
Is ordering people to do evil would go against God's nature?
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
It is evil to order the execution of babies.
Yes.
In 1 Samuel 15, God orders the execution of babies. God orders something that is evil.
Which verse again? Sorry.
1 Samuel 15.
And what context is that in? Do you know?
I mean, very consistent. So what's the context? There's no context in which killing babies is okay. None. Ever. Not talking zygotes, we're talking babies. Living, breathing babies. 3 days old, a month old, 2 months old, 9 months old. Babies. Not zygotes. Completely different conversation. Babies. It's never okay. It's never okay. If the baby's parents were the most awful people on the earth, not okay to kill that baby. Not okay.
Is there a context to premise 4 where it would? It just says ordering the execution of babies is evil. Is there any context where ordering the execution of babies is not evil?
Well, Skylar doesn't.
Sandy, it's so they have 100 of them, right? So they'll have 100 of the same name. So once you ban one, they just hop to the other. Cerberus Hex and crew does it with the whole Colin's raging boner thing. You know, I ban it and I ban it and I ban it, but they just keep using it. It's the same shit. You know, they just create many, many, many different accounts with the same name.
God have the right to judge man for their sinfulness at any time he so chooses?
That doesn't answer the question now, does
Yeah,
it?
it does, because how do we know what's going on?
So there are contexts where it isn't evil to execute babies. Because in the context where God says it's okay, it isn't evil.
Does God have the right to judge humanity?
No,
based on
that's
its
up to
sinful
you.
order?
Yes, because what if
Guys,
those
that's
babies?
that's up to your religion. I'm not a Christian.
What if those babies were the babies of the fallen angels?
They weren't, but
How do you know that?
because that's not what Scripture says.
We don't
Oh,
know. We don't know, man.
Well, that's not. Well, I mean, listen, we don't know that they weren't all raptors.
Oh, so
either.
we assume then that they were just
Once again,
innocent
God,
babies. We just
Hey,
assume.
King, please,
We
let's
just
go do
assume.
this on my channel. Let's do this on the channel because this is so.
Hold on.
let's do this on another
Skylar,
channel where you
the
can
Bible.
And Jill, you know, he 9 times out of 10 makes conversation impossible, and it's why nobody likes having him on their streams. It's not necessarily even his like bigotry. Like even back in the day when he wouldn't talk to women, it's not necessarily that. It's that you just can't have a conversation with him. Now, like back in the day, it would often become because he wouldn't speak to the women asking him questions. But now, like he's more open to speaking to women nowadays. So now it's when he gets on these liberal kicks, which is 9 times out of 10. And you're going to see it because even though they're talking slavery, he's on his liberal kick, and you're going to see it because he tries so hard, and he's going to get us there because he's Jill, and he says really, really crazy fucking batshit crazy shit when it comes to politics.
The Bible says that by one man's disobedience, speaking of Adam, many were made sinners. Then it also says by one man's obedience, many are made righteous. So we are born sinful, and we are not held accountable for it until we reach a certain age. But God has the right to judge us or take us out anytime he so chooses as for our sinfulness.
Why? So does God take pleasure in executing children, Kevin?
He does not take pleasure in the death of the wicked, but he reserves the right based on his laws to
So
judge
babies
us.
are wicked?
Absolutely.
Man, see, that's what religion does to you.
We are born in sin, Skylar. But however, God chooses to have mercy.
I don't believe you.
Well,
No,
that's what the Bible
says,
says,
Skylar. You're doing. I thought you were doing an internal critique.
It's not about what you believe him or he believes.
We want to do an internal critique, and we want to cherry pick.
That's not an internal critique. It's not what you believe, sir. It's what the word says.
Everything the Bible teaches.
Again, coming here with Jill. That's why I blocked him on my channel.
Yeah, I
So
know.
Skylar,
He's a coward. That's why.
It's not about your opinion. It's about the word.
No, that's fine.
yes. So
Listen,
no,
you
Skylar,
think
if we're
babies
going to
are
be talking
evil,
about the
that's
Bible,
fine.
if we're doing an internal critique,
He doesn't
then you
do
have
an
to take the
internal
Bible
critique.
for what
I'm
it says. You
conceding.
can't externally critique it when you're doing an internal
I'm
critique.
conceding you, Kevin. I'm conceding to you. You're right. Right?
Okay.
I'm just going to have to accept that you believe babies are evil. There's no inconsistency. God can destroy evil because he's allowed to. But, I guess under your worldview, under the Christian worldview, babies are evil and wicked and deserve execution.
And that's, I couldn't put it any better way. It's not our problem, Kevin, that you can't understand why we see the needless execution of innocent to be evil. It's not our problem. I can do that internal critique and understand that you think that, well, God must have a reason, so that baby must be evil. But now the argument's kind of shifted to, we're all born in sin, so we're all evil. So God has the right at any moment to demand the execution of any of us. The issue is that we don't have to accept that. Again, zygotes, different conversation. Living, breathing babies. We don't have to accept that there's any situation where the cold-blooded murder of those innocents are necessary. And we can call into question the morality of any being that would think so. It's just pure and simple.
I don't have an argument. I can't beat that. It's consistent. It's consistent with your beliefs.
Take the Bible out of context. That's the problem.
I'm not. I'm taking what he's saying to me. He said,
I'm saying, hold on. I'm saying that every human being is born with a sinful nature. We're born into sin. So if a baby dies before they reach the age of where they understand the difference between right and wrong, God has mercy on those children and takes them to be with him. And David, when his child died, he said that when he dies, he will go to be where his child is. So God has mercy on the babies. Even though they are born sinful, he still has mercy on children.
God made that baby sick. He made that baby suffer for the sins of the father.
Does God have the right to judge?
Well, that's what you believe. I mean, yes, you believe because that baby was born evil and wicked, he can make that baby sick and suffer for
the baby was born.
It hasn't done anything wrong.
And my question is, are you quoting the Old Testament?
That's what Kevin's talking about, is the Old Testament. He's talking about 2 Samuel.
His internal critique doesn't include God's
not
nature.
an internal critique anymore. Well,
I agree. It never was.
It
never was an internal critique.
There is no inconsistency in what Kevin is saying.
Internal critique, right? There is no consistency because Kevin is biblical. That's right. There is no inconsistency in the Bible.
No inconsistency. You're right.
Only in your internal critique, which ignores certain parts of the Bible.
If babies are evil,
Jill, shut up.
If babies are evil and wicked, right? There's no inconsistency because they deserve punishment, as Kevin says.
Well, you have to say it correctly. The babies are born with sin. We are born with sinful nature.
And Kevin, why does God make us born with sin?
He doesn't.
Well, he could stop it.
So, if a Christian mom thinks that her baby's a demon, well, then she has the right to dash the head against the rocks and shit, right? Like how do these fucking people not understand just how abhorrent this is? You can be a Christian. You can be a God-fearing Christian and understand that these old stories from the Bible don't have to be literal. You don't have to take them you don't have to justify this shit. How can they not see that? Like it just makes them abhorrent by justifying it. You say, cultures were different back then, and these religious texts are allegory, and they're meant to teach you a lesson about God. But you don't take them literally, and you don't justify the atrociousness of those so-called lessons. And if you do take them literally, then we can pursue that conversation in that literal context. No internal critique needed. You take it literally. You can't differentiate the fact that you live in a modern world that is completely separated, not only in time, but in morality, from the civilization that book is based upon. And that's, I'm sorry, highly dangerous for modern society. You can be a good Christian and not believe that or not have to justify that putting a sword through a baby's fucking brain is okay, that God making a baby sick and suffer for weeks because the sins of his father is okay. You don't have to be that horrible. And yet they don't understand that.
Right?
He did. That's why he went to the cross, so that we could be made righteous.
Are we no longer born with sin, Kevin?
No, every human being is born with sin.
So he didn't stop it, Kevin.
Hold on.
He gave us a way out.
What do you mean?
No, King. Hold on. Kevin, he didn't actually stop it. He didn't actually stop it. He just gave us a solution.
You wouldn't exist if he stopped it.
We're back in kindergarten right now.
You wouldn't be here if God stopped it. Atheism wouldn't exist if God stopped it.
Jill, shut up.
We gotta take it down a notch. This guy clearly doesn't understand. Do you know about the story of
Adam? I don't think Skylar Fiction is the one that doesn't understand here. I mean,
we wouldn't have anyone.
Hold on. Let me tell.
We wouldn't have anyone to embarrass on live stream.
You know about the story of Adam and Eve. You know why we have sin. Do you know any of that? Do you know why we have sin?
No, not at all, King. Nothing about it.
So why would you say that then? Why would you say why would God make us have sin when we're born? Like, what are you talking about?
Kevin's the one claiming that. It's not me. It's Kevin's the one who said it.
No, the Bible says that by the disobedience of one man, speaking of Adam, many were made sinners.
That's what I'm saying, and he's laughing at me. But yeah, it's comedic because
it's called a sinful nature. We're all born with it.
You're asking me why I said that, and it was Kevin who said it. That's why I was laughing.
You're twisting my words, man. Why would Kevin
asking you why you're not saying?
Why would Kevin say that? Because that's his position.
That's the Bible's position.
Don't you understand? You said, why would God make babies born with sin?
No, I said, why would he not stop it?
Why would he stop?
Why would he not stop the sinful nature from being passed on?
He did by dying on the cross for us. Don't you understand? Wow.
Okay, Kevin just said that the
Kevin, we gotta go back.
Kevin just said, yeah, you guys really don't. This is the irony.
No, we're in high school.
This is so bad. Funny. It's so bad. They really don't because they're not connected.
Pacifier. Okay.
So God should have stopped sin from growing.
And the problem is Bill purposely confuses them by keeping it talking.
Too high or not ready. Never saw an online. Skylar's not an atheist. I want to say online atheist. Skylar's a pantheist, but online objection to Christianity. I don't know if I could say he's too high, man, because like I smoke nonstop and shit. I smoke and I drank and I still could follow along better. I don't know. I don't want to be mean, but just not too bright there, bro. All right. So I'll put it this. So New Mystic. All right. So if I take methadone to stop heroin, does that, did that solve my heroin addiction? Right? Like, no. So God didn't stop sin by offering Jesus as a sacrifice. He gave you a solution out of sin to make it to the kingdom of heaven. He didn't stop sin, or sin would not exist.
Sin will be vanquished in the end times.
That's
when sin will be totally vanquished. You guys are saying you're reading the Bible, but you're only reading bits and pieces of it. Read the entire story.
Sin still exists, but he forgave us for our sins.
So I do read. I've read all that. To be honest, we have Bible scholars on my channel. Actually,
yeah, right, Dr. Josh.
You know what it means to forgive us for our sins because we live in the New Testament now and we don't kill babies anymore.
Can I ask you? Are we still born with the sinful nature?
Because of Adam, not because of God.
No, but I'm just asking: are we still born with a sinful nature?
Yeah, it's in our DNA. Okay. That's why there's still sin in the world.
Could God have stopped that sinful nature from being passed on?
He did by sacrificing his life.
No, he didn't though.
So even say it is in our DNA, right? What? And you're right. Like, what is a sin? Even jacking off is a sin, right? But like, say it is in our DNA to sin. God created us, right? God made our DNA.
Just said that we still have it. We can't not have it and have it at the same time. That's a contradiction.
I said earlier, King, he's a character. He's not the same type of character like Jill is. He seems like a nice enough dude, just not too bright.
Skylar, in the future, just promise that there will be no more sin.
Oh, no. Let this guy talk, because every time me and King talk, somebody else jumps in. Go ahead, King.
Listen, not everybody accepts Jesus like you. So other people like you, unfortunately, are damned to hell.
But that's not. No matter what, you still have a sinful nature when you're born, right?
Yeah, because you're accepting sin as your reality.
Babies don't accept sin; they're just born with it.
But I repented for my.
How can a baby accept anything?
Yeah, that's not the point, King. That's exactly what Ray just said. He offered a solution, but that's not the same thing as getting rid of a sinful nature.
The sinful nature will not be removed until the eschatology. Read the entire story. Just because God does not do anything at this point, just because God hasn't done what you think He should do at this point, doesn't mean that eventually won't be the case. All right, so read the entire Bible, and that will inform you that sin will eventually be vanquished forever, for eternity.
I'm trying to keep it.
All right, so God created a world in which people would mess up, but then ultimately that He would restore the universe to new, back to what it was before man fell into sin. So read the entire Bible. Don't just start reading a story and then see, oh, look, someone was killed, something bad happened in the story, and then stop there as if that's the end of the story. It's not how you watch any movie. That's not how you read any book. But when you do it with the Bible, when you read the Bible, because you're an inconsistent atheist,
don't give it.
Because you're an inconsistent.
You're right. Yeah, like Skylar, no, like I'm just like, chill. I just want to tell. I want to have a rage moment. I want to just be like, at the top of my fucking voice, wake everybody up in my fucking apartment building, because this is super early in the morning today. Just like, shut the fuck up. And Skylar's right. He knows it. He's like, no, don't rage. Just don't.
Honest
I mean, you talk with somebody else, rage. I'm not trying to
read half of the story, and
like,
then
just don't.
That's the end of the story.
What we're gonna get.
That's called being Skylar fiction. Doing an internal critique that doesn't include all of the internal.
Right now, you're killing the conversation. Now, King,
dishonest. King. That's why you banned me from your show, because I expose your dishonesty on a regular basis.
So, King, you understand what I was saying now? What I'm talking about? So, we were talking about a sinful nature, right? And my point is that God, after Adam and Eve, could have been like, "Hey, I don't want this sinful nature to pass on to their children. I'm not going to allow it to." Why didn't He do that?
He did with the great flood.
We still have a sinful nature, Kevin. I mean,
yeah, he tried so many times, and it's
go ahead, Ray. But that would be like God failed then at passing the sinful nature off.
So that goes back to your argument against His own nature. He made us perfect, right? So what made Adam sin?
No. That we're past. Okay, we're past Adam sinning. All right, so Adam's already sinned. We're the children of Adam. Yes,
but
so
it's ingrained in our DNA.
Well,
you understand?
But that's possible because God made it possible for it to be ingrained in our DNA. And at any point, God could have been like, "I'm going to take this portion of that DNA out."
Let me explain to you.
So, Skylar, are you blaming God for Adam's fault?
Kevin, let King talk. Every time this man tries to talk, you guys interrupt him. Go ahead, Kevin.
It's not an accomplishment.
You just said go ahead, Kevin. So why am I not allowed to talk?
Because you're a fucking moron. If you misunderstood, I said the wrong thing.
Like Kevin's just so fucking butthurt about the conversation he had on Skylar Fiction Channel, and he like everybody misspeaks. Like Kevin interjected. Skylar Fiction means to say let King speak, and he says let Kevin speak, and Kevin's so butthurt he's going to be that dickhead and just and that's why I'm saying like Kevin. It's not Skylar's Fiction's fault that you put your foot in your mouth and you're continuing to do it and do it and do it. Like, it's not Skylar Fiction's fault that you believe what you believe. It's just not. Stop being so goddamn butthurt.
King, go ahead and answer him. And then King, I just want
to say this one thing, and then
let someone else answer Skylar's questions, because there's a reason why he's honing in and focusing.
I mean, I can talk to King.
No, it's okay. It doesn't matter why. You think I can't take it?
Jill, are you afraid that King isn't going to understand his own, I don't know, belief system here? Like,
go ahead, King. Go ahead, King.
Yeah, it's not an accomplishment if a God has all good followers and He judges them based on being good or bad. They have to have bad in this world to decide to choose good. You understand? So if he got rid of sin, then there would be no point. Everybody would be peaches and roses, and no one would decide for themselves. He gave us free will, we can choose.
Yeah, you can still have free will without having a sinful nature.
How?
Because Adam and Eve didn't have a sinful nature. Well, Adam and Eve didn't have a sinful nature.
But do you get what I'm saying? I'm not stupid. I'm not high or anything. Do you get what I'm saying?
Listen to me. Adam and Eve did not have a sinful nature.
Well, he is high. Without a doubt, he's high. Like that's without question. And like I said, I just don't. I don't know. Like he seems to be like the type of Christian that you tend to meet out in the real world. Not the type of Christian that maybe goes to church every Sunday, but just somebody that's always been raised to believe that in Jesus, right? Like not too up on what the Bible says, what it says in the Old Testament. Just been told things over and over in his life and never really questioned them, never really looked at them, right? Like, so just not an online Christian. So I keep saying, and I am being mean when I say not too bright. I just not an online Christian. I think that's a much better way and more accurate way of putting it, right? Just a normal type of Christian, probably the type of Christian I grew up with and smoked weed with my entire life, right? Just not somebody that's put a lot of thought into it. So I kind of find that refreshing. And I think that it makes it even more aggravating because Jill he's not really allowing Skylar Fiction to kind of explore that. You're right. Like to explore, all right, just how much do you actually know about this Bible? And it's only going to kind of get worse. But it's going to become a thing to where the Christians in the room are going to gang up on King, right? And it becomes this like online Christians against your average Joe type of Christian thing. And again, it goes back to like what I say, like when these big rooms like this become just like these love fests where there's not any really opposing views, then it makes it like this comfortable atmosphere for people to be caught in situations they're not quite ready for. And that was the interesting thing of this whole dynamic of what is happening here to me is like Skylar Fiction is genuinely trying to understand like how much of biblical knowledge do you have as an individual, and the Christians in the room are growing increasingly frustrated with the fact that he doesn't know as much as they think that they know. And it's going to go from roar Skylar Fiction evil. It's going to go from that to roar King evil. And that is the interesting dynamic of what is happening right here.
Nature, but they had free will, right?
And right. they chose to sin.
Yes. Okay, but they didn't have a sinful nature, but they had free will.
Yeah.
Okay. Therefore, humans after Adam and Eve didn't have to be born with a sinful nature and still could have had free will.
So could you argue that they maybe did have sinful nature for them to sin?
Do you believe that?
Well,
that's not what the Bible and that's not what Christians typically believe, but you can believe that if you want. I'm not going to.
Well, why would they sin then?
They have free will.
Because they got tricked.
Oh, my God. All right, maybe I should talk to Kevin. Maybe I should talk to Kevin.
They got tricked.
Yeah, I think King. I think you're missing the point on.
So, Brother King,
yeah.
What Skylar fails to do in all of these conversations is exhaust the God of the Bible. The reason why we can't say why God does what He does. He's saying, well, why didn't God stop? Why didn't God stop sin at that point? Well, God has His reasons. We may not know or be aware, right, King, of all of God. Right. We don't know all of God's purposes and why He allows certain things. Why does He allow atheists to live? Right? Why does He allow evil? So the answer to that question is we don't know why God allows Skylar Fiction to get on here and rant. Why does He just kill him?
We don't know.
That He gave us free will. What we can say is He gave us
free will, Jill.
Right, exactly. So what we can say, right, but why does he allow us to have free will? What we can say
because
is
there's
that
no accomplishment if everybody is good.
well, that's a great answer. I like that answer. But what I would also say is that God has his purposes and they're ultimately good. We trust that ultimately he's allowing all of this evil for a good reason.
You laugh, but despite all the temptation, despite all the evil, despite all the bullshit in this world, he wants to know at the end of the day, what side do you choose? Do you understand? And that's what makes you of him.
But you're literally
despite all the temptations, you still chose him. What?
You're literally not keeping a clear mind and avoiding drunkenness in Christianity, and you're arguing Christianity to me right now.
What are you talking about?
You're high as fuck, bro. And you're talking to me about being a Christian, and you're not even following what Christianity teaches. Jesus tells you not to be a drunkard.
Where does it say not to?
You're supposed to have a clear mind.
Where does it say not to?
The Bible commands us to be sober.
Is a moral thing.
The Bible says be sober.
Be sober.
I'm very clear.
And, I don't know where this dude lives. It might not even be, because like I said, I smoke mad weed, and I don't get to this point. This could be, like I said, I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning, and this was going on, and had been going on all night. So I think that King here is probably really tired. And again, just a normal, average Christian dude out in the world who has been told he believes in Jesus his whole life and has never really looked into it too much. And I forgot, because Skylar's he's a very experienced interlocutor, and King is just not picking up what Skylar's putting down. He's just not following along. I forgot that Skylar kind of instigated it here with that, but like Skylar's not wrong. Like dude, you're not. Like this is just this just is a waste of time at this point. I don't think it's necessarily the weed thing. I think it's probably, I don't know how long he's been on this stream. I'm gonna actually cover an earlier part of the stream probably later this evening, where Darth Dawkins is supposedly going hard at Mark Reed. I hadn't got to that part yet. I was actually had heard about that when I first saw the stream still going. And was looking back in the stream for when Darth Dawkins and Mark Reed were going at it, when Skylar Fiction came into the room, and so I decided to hop back to the live and enter the room myself, just like I said, just so I could be there during the fun, because Skylar does this thing so well. But now we're going to be to that interesting dynamic. I forgot there that Skylar kind of like sparked it. But he's going to give the Christians the room now to really step in, and because Skylar's not wrong, under, I'd say mainstream Christian interpretation, you are supposed to have a clean mind. You are not supposed to be a drunkard. You are probably not supposed to smoke weed. I think that, there is an interpretation of Genesis 1:29 where you can make a case to smoke weed, but so it's going to spark off the Christians, just their frustration to really start coming out and start being ugly to one of their own. So here we go.
All right, so what, Skylar?
Kevin, I think you wanted to ask me a question or talk.
So I think Skylar would rather talk to a.
And I do want to clarify, like, I'm not even really talking shit about the Christians here. I find it entertaining, but I also think that this is a thing that atheists do as well. I think, especially if you're more of a philosophical type, I don't know. I think it happens a lot. To where, and I think it really kind of damages the atheist ability to grow the community if we're going to be selective of the knowledge that people would have. But like, say some average Joe atheist comes into a room. I think I've seen plenty of instances where atheists do the same fucking thing. It happened to me a lot when I first started doing this. I won't even lie. And I think that's the wrong way to go about it. Like, I think you need to have, especially when you are the very select minority within society. You need to have a very open umbrella. That's why I've always said I try to stay away from my politics for like the first couple years of the channel altogether, because I never wanted to alienate right wingers who were atheists and not make them feel welcome. But politics, especially in the Trump era, just became so poisonous and divisive that I think that I failed utterly in that regard, especially when I became more open about talking politics here on this particular channel. I never really hid my politics. I just didn't like to talk about them because I wanted to have that very open umbrella for atheists. But like I see this a lot within like the philosophical circles. Like, you know, there's this elitism in both of these online communities here. So I'm not really talking smack, but I do find it really entertaining because, you know, if they had the right of it, right? Like if God did exist, you would think that they would be able to find this everlasting unity within that, or that connection that they have with God would bind them as well, but it doesn't. They're just humans that have beliefs, and those beliefs clash with each other, even if they are similar in nature.
Drunk Christian, then Kevin. I think that's what we've just proven.
How weird is that? I just literally said, Kevin, do you have a question for me?
Let me talk to the drunk Christian. Let me try my syllogism on the drunk Christian and get him to try to get him to shipwreck his faith.
Kevin, what's up, man?
Yeah.
So Skylar, I got a couple of problems here. First of all, you said go ahead, Kevin, and then you called me an effing dumbass.
Well, because you weren't listening into the content.
Oh yeah, so and Skylar doesn't even spark it off because we're not quite there yet. You know, like I said, this just happened this morning, so I haven't watched this back. I think we're to another little segment of Kevin being butthurt part of the stream now. So,
context of what I was saying, I accidentally said Kevin when you heard me for like a minute trying to get you guys to listen to King and let him speak.
Well, do you apologize for that?
Calling you a dumbass? Yeah, I probably shouldn't have called you a name. I apologize.
I mean, you did call my name out and say respond.
Do you apologize for lying and tell him that I misled you about coming on the show?
Oh gosh,
Skylar, I didn't lie.
You told people
you admitted
you and talking about the gospel. The only time the gospel was mentioned was 1 second before we went on the show.
When we were backstage, you asked me what do I enjoy talking about. I said I enjoy talking about the gospel.
Did I ask you what do you want to talk about, or what do you enjoy talking about?
Well, if you asked me that question and I said I enjoy talking about the gospel, wouldn't it be a reasonable assumption to think that that's going to be the topic that we'd be discussing?
And do you think that when Dr. Josh and I before the show also said that what we enjoy doing is talking about the Old Testament and the Bible and having biblical discussions, that wouldn't be what the topic was about?
Why wouldn't it have been both?
Well, we could have, but you ran and you kicked out because you started talking about beating children.
You started making ad homs. You started insulting me for not having a wife and children.
Well, yeah, because you were talking about asking me why I don't beat my children like a maniac.
You didn't allow me to clarify.
There's no context where I'm going to tell it where it's going to be okay for me to beat my children.
So when I say beat, I don't mean like make them black and blue. I'm just talking about giving them a whooping.
Why would I don't? That's physical violence.
That's still a beating.
Yeah, it's physical violence against my children.
So when you got out of hand, your parents
never had to do that. My children have no problem.
I'm pretty sure
Skylar, your parents never spanked you when you got bad when you were a child.
It's illegal, Kevin. We're not living in 1965 anymore.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Kevin. Actually, yeah, they did, and I learned my lesson from it. Right.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. King takes that side here, and I think that's probably what's going to really piss off Kevin about King. Yeah, I forgot about that part. So yeah, we're going to get into this. You guys know my stance on this. I think all forms, I think that there's other parenting methods to be utilized instead of putting our hands on our children and teaching terror to enforce rules. I've never ran away from that. So we're to that part of this, and I did cover this stream, and I covered the rage quit. Skylar did say he probably shouldn't mention anything about not being married, but Kevin had went there with Skylar when it came to like beating children and shit. So you know, a spanking is still a beating. It's still a beating. And the problem is that, you know, not just Christianity, but a lot of religions condone it. Society has condoned it for so long. We do know better parenting methods. Now there are better parenting methods. But that's, you know, you guys know my opinion on that. And that's where we're going to be at right here. Man, this conversation went on longer than I thought it did.
Right. Of not wanting to do it to my children. But honestly.
Well, and just because they did it doesn't make them right.
Yeah, it didn't make them right. And honestly, the one time my dad did it, I was like a teenager.
Well, no, I think it's biblical to give your children
like that. That's like 3 whips should do it.
when you know, when the Bible says not to spare the rod from your child when they get out of hand, you give them a swat on the butt, and then they know.
Well, they were literally talking about using a rod, though.
Yeah, and you know what, dude? I have 2 children that I've raised, right? One never had to hit them, never had to be physically violent with them, and my son, he's practically a fucking saint, man. Like he's one of the. Yeah. I honestly, like, he never gets in trouble. He's one of the most peaceful, calm. He talks everything.
Is he a Christian?
I concur with Skylar here. I have a daughter. My daughter is a great kid. He's not a saint. I have never put my hands on my daughter. There are other ways of parenting without utilizing child abuse.
Absolutely.
They're just
giving your child a spanking is not abuse.
And you love them and you show a relationship with them. Dude, it's like a real relationship in life. Like if you love your kids and you're willing to talk things out with them and you can help them understand why you're giving them rules, they understand it. Now they'll throw temper tantrums and stuff, put them in timeout, but it's just as effective. Right? Timeout is only a temporary fix because as soon as they're away from you, they'll figure out ways not to get hit. Go ahead, Kevin.
And it also teaches them to lie so they can avoid that spanking.
Exactly.
That's not true. I had the fear of God struck me from my dad. My dad wasn't a Christian man, but when I got out of hand and I didn't knock it off, you better believe I got the belt on the butt.
Yeah, so you acted a specific way, so you didn't, right?
I respected my father, and I knew he meant business.
You're not making a very good point here.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, so what's
Rage? Your whole worldview doesn't make a good point. Okay, you don't make a good point. You're nonsensical.
Go back to Skylar. This is
let's go back to asking questions. Go ahead. Let's go back to more of a discussion. We'll stop talking about the drama now. All right.
Okay, but I just wanted to clarify because you're trying to make it sound like I support like literally beating, like punching and kicking kids.
No, that's not. To me, it's just as bad what you're articulating. Spanking.
Well, there's nothing wrong with spanking your child on the butt when they get out of hand.
That's your opinion.
Okay.
Don't touch any child on the butt. How's that?
Hey, turn your camera off and go back to being a drunkard, King, whatever your name is.
Hey, Kevin, why would you
listen? I can't believe you guys discriminate against marijuana. Like I thought,
go smoke your pot all the way to hell.
All right, guys, let's go back to the.
Go ahead, Skylar. What's up?
No, well, you had questions for me, King. I'm not King, Kevin. See, look, I made a mistake there. I'm not actually asking King to speak. Now, Kevin.
Yeah.
But I'm not stupid enough to say anything. I know what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead.
So, Kevin, go ahead. I'm going to give you the opportunity to attack my worldview and talk about me and ask me questions.
Well, Skylar, you seem to be it seems like you love critiquing God. By what standard are you using to critique God?
His own standard, the Christian standard.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Not having a conversation with Jill. Yeah. So that's the answer to your question. What's your follow-up?
Skylar, what standard are you? Where are you getting your standard from to critique God?
I ask the Christian questions, and I see what they say.
No, you're dodging. Where are you getting your standard to judge God?
I'm not even judging God. I'm showing inconsistencies in the religion. It's not
no, you are judging because you make premises and say it's evil to have a child be killed or whatever. So where are you getting that standard from? Why do you believe that?
No, those questions are geared towards Christians. So if I had to actually form this in a philosophical area, I'd have to.
Yeah, Kevin gets unbearable. He's one of those how do you have a basis for your morality type Christians? And I do agree. Like he speaks against Smokey, but it seems like he tries to act like Smokey a lot. Kevin is he's it was our conversation was interesting. I don't if y'all have seen it or not. But in that conversation, like he brought me on and he was trying to be nice and then he brought on his buddy in the middle and he asked me if it was okay. And I said, yeah, I guess whatever. And it was Andrew, and Andrew was a big, smoky guy. He was, and as Andrew came in and it was good cop, bad cop. Andrew came in just being a dick. And it was just like, it was so staged. And I let it go for about 20 minutes and I was finally like, what the fuck is this? This is pathetic.
Change a little bit, right? I would have to write, if Christianity is true, God's nature is the root and foundation of morality. Like if I really had to make that argument more philosophical to where it wasn't, but they're geared towards you as a Christian to see how you will answer those questions.
But either way, I'd still ask you how do you determine?
Yeah, Graham. Graham. I think I keep calling him Andrew because there's another guy, Andrew Graham. But yeah, I think his name is Graham.
Your morality. Where are you getting your standards from?
Okay, now that's a different question. Okay, because that's not really applying to
because those are the same standards you would use to critique God, correct? Like whatever.
No, we don't critique God. We show inconsistencies, contradictions. It'd be like me reading a paper. I'm not necessarily like, say I was I was a teacher and I'm going over a paper, right? Now, the first thing maybe I'm going to do is look for spelling and errors and grammar errors, right? What we're doing is we're spotting the spelling and grammar errors, not necessarily judging the content of the paper, what the person wrote about yet.
Okay, let me ask you this question, Skylar. Do you think the God of the Bible is evil?
Now, are you asking me my opinion?
I'm asking, yes. Do you think that the God of the Bible?
Remember, when I give you my opinion, that you've asked for it, and I'm not making an argument. Yes, the way that the God in the Bible is described in the Old Testament, I find evil under my moral values.
Right now, so you think that the God of the Bible is evil. So now, how did you determine that?
It's an opinion.
Where are you getting that opinion from?
Emotion. Do you know what opinion is? It's based on your emotions and
his brain.
So wait. So you're telling me that you're trusting your own opinion? That's the standard.
Are you saying, am I trusting my own brain? Yeah, of course.
But so you don't have something concrete and ultimate to set your grounds of reality in. It's just your opinion, right?
Grounds of reality. We were talking about morality. Now you're talking about grounds of reality. What are you talking about? Now we're switching.
God tells you not to trust yourself, right? To trust Him and Him alone.
The moral claims you make.
Moral claims are not connected to the grounds of reality. He didn't ask about moral claims, and now we're talking about grounds of reality. So you want to rephrase your question, or you want to change the topic, Kevin?
Yeah, and see, Kevin's not even good at it, right? Like, God, I'm not even sure if he understands. Like, this is something that we have just heard over and over and over and over again. We understand exactly where Kevin's trying to go. He's just doing it so badly and goofing it so fundamentally. It's hilarious, really. Kevin, another one that I just think inserted himself like I did at first, just not quite ready for it.
You don't know anything.
Kevin,
I'm talking about free stuff,
if that's really what you want to do.
Where are you getting your morality from?
I'm going to ask you to demonstrate.
If you're asking, I'm asking where you're getting your morality from, and if your answer is my opinion, why can you trust that? You are not the source of truth. There has to be something above you, or else it's just opinion.
Kevin, opinions aren't true or false, right?
Okay, but if you're claiming
I don't think he does.
If you're claiming that the God of the Bible is evil, and I'm asking you, where are you getting?
I said, in my opinion.
Yeah, he didn't make a claim. He clearly said he wasn't making a claim. You were asking a question, and he made it clear that he gave his opinion.
Hey, Ronnie, chill. All right,
his opinion, which means absolutely nothing.
It's a little dig there, trying to get a little disrespectful, calling me by my real name. I let it slide. Call me Knock, call me Rage. It just makes me. It feels so Smokey Saint and Will Kincaid when people use my name like that. In regards, not like if we have a good relationship and you use my name, it's not an issue with me. John used my name all the time, never had an issue with it. But you're doing it as an insult, right? Like you're poking the bear, and it's just it should be beneath you. It should just be low. Just you can call me Knock, you can call me Rage, and what I'm saying is exactly right. Like Skylar Fiction went out of his way to say, I am stating an opinion.
But that's fine. Kevin can say, hey, that opinion means nothing to me, but that should be the end of the conversation.
Right. So I would say then that's not, you have nothing to stand on. Then if your morality just comes from yourself, how do you have a right to judge anything else? That's
what kind of standard is that? Kevin, you're a very hypocritical person. I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, Kevin.
Hey, King, do me a favor, suck my balls. Thanks.
You see what I mean? You're so hypocritical.
All right,
you're gonna judge me, okay, for smoking.
Hey, King. Hey, roll up another one. Smoke yourself into oblivion. Turn the camera off. Read the Bible. Actually, grow a brain. Thanks.
Guys,
grow a set of balls.
You guys are all Christian brothers, and you guys are arguing like it's insane to me. It's so funny.
Wait. Why? Wait, hold on. Just because someone claims they're a Christian doesn't mean they're Christian. Okay, like that preacher.
I was muted and didn't realize it. I think I said something along like, man, I am loving this. I held up my bowl. Like, I'm smoking with you, King. But I that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's the weed. I think King's problem is I just don't think he's been to sleep.
Your guy that claims that he's perfect, you think he's a Christian?
Oh, preacher. Oh my goodness. Where's he been?
Kevin, you're so judgmental. How do you even know? You don't even know me. You don't even know who I am.
Dude, you're coming on camera smoking pot and doing God knows what. Claiming to be a Christian.
If you care, I'll tell you.
You are the armpit.
Fucking pain. Instead of taking pharmaceutical medication, I'm deciding to smoke God's natural herb. And if you want to judge me,
Jill's job has been accomplished. This is what he wants.
You want me to be on Vicodin? You want me to be on Percocet?
We need more Kings.
That's fine.
You want
Skylar Fiction needs more people like King.
You judge
that's the only way his syllogism will work.
The cat fight. Cat fight. This is an interesting topic within Christian communities on like a real level, the conversation about marijuana. And like alcohol, Christians are split on this. A lot of Christians smoke weed. And more now that it's being legalized more and more. I remember seeing news stories on Christians that had children. I think that it was like children that were getting seizures, and they were pushing for this law, and I think it was in like Colorado or something, to allow THC pills, to allow themselves to make THC pills, to basically put weed in a pill and feed their children, because there's science behind weed is really good for children having seizures, anybody having seizures. It was a Christian group trying to do it. I remember it specifically. It's a very interesting conversation. But I think this is stemming from, because King isn't on the side of spanking children, Kevin's had enough, and the cat fight ensues, and Kevin seems pretty petty. And this is, for me, like I said, atheists do this same thing as well, I think. I don't think we're as vicious about it. But for me, watching this, it's just like, I'm like, you would think your job as a Christian with more knowledge, clearly, than King here, would be to like reach out and try to teach him instead of berate him, belittle him, and basically call him dumb.
This is hilarious.
I should just shut up. I should shut up.
His syllogism works.
Marijuana before you're going to judge me for smoking marijuana.
Listen, if you want to do that, keep it to yourself and turn your camera off. Don't be a stumbling block.
What, am I offending you, fucking pussy?
Anyway,
You've never seen weed before?
Is he a free dude or not? Like, are you guys going to dictate to this man what he does with his life?
Yeah,
Like, seriously.
Let me find a drunk Christian and try my syllogism on him.
This is, oh my God. This is so great, man. I love it. I'm here for this.
Well, you've never
Perfect
met a
strategy
Christian
to
who
promote
smokes weed,
atheism. That's a perfect strategy, I would say. Yeah.
He's never met a Christian who smokes God's herb.
Oh, the herbs of the herbs of the field, huh? Is that the Genesis? What?
Seed-bearing plant, Jill.
Seed-bearing plant.
Jill doesn't know his stoner Bible. Genesis 1:29.
I mean, technically, he's right. I mean, they can smoke. I mean, God did say they can have every
fucking read the
seed-bearing
Bible? Are you going to
so
judge
Genesis
why don't you
1:29. I give all herbs bearing seed to man.
So King, why don't you smoke
plant.
poison
Heroin
ivy?
is a seed-bearing
Wait,
plant.
King, why don't you smoke poison ivy?
Is it seed bearing?
God wants you to smoke heroin.
Oh, poison ivy's not seed bearing? Wait,
Is it
poison ivy's not
seed-bearing?
seed bearing? Poison ivy? Is that
Is it
seed
going
bearing?
to benefit you or is it going to poison you?
Wait,
I don't know. I would think poison ivy is like what, a weed? Would it be seed bearing? Is poison ivy? This is what I'm saying. You make sure I'm not muted here. This is what I'm saying. This is what you got to do with Jill, right? Like you gotta Google it. Is poison ivy a seed bearing plant? That's not really telling me. I don't think it is. Because the question doesn't seem to combine with it. Poison ivy, also called eastern poison ivy, poisonous vine or shrub of the cashew family. So, we'll ask it a different way. Does poison ivy produce seeds? Question mark. The fruits of poison ivy are grape-like clusters of tiny white pumpkin-shaped seeds. All right, so Jill is not wrong there. Let's continue. Jill, you don't agree with your Bible? You got to do that with Jill. You just gotta check everything.
wait, poison ivy is not seed bearing, King?
Is it going to benefit you or is it going to?
All right, so it benefits you. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
All right, so
Let
us know when you guys are ready to come back at the godless here. Yeah, I wasn't sure. The only thing I know about poison ivy is I tried to wipe my ass with it one time when I was camping as a young child, and it was one of the most unpleasant experiences of my life. Other than that, I've just seemed to stay away from it because it's never been an issue in my life, so I just didn't know too much about it.
Only the bearing fruit.
Don't engage.
Only the seed bearing that benefits you. I got it.
Don't engage.
I'm a grown ass man. I can smoke.
King, stop engaging with him. Stop engaging with him. Stop it, please. For the love of God.
But don't pervert the text. That's all I'm.
Kevin,
when you pervert the scriptures to
shut up. Nobody wants
produce.
to hear you.
When you pervert the scriptures to justify your behavior, that's where I have an issue. That's all. That's all.
Kevin.
That's all, brother. I don't really have an issue with it other than that.
God, I wish I had new powers on this channel.
Shut up.
Well, I mean, when it comes to drugs and stuff, I hate that stuff because
Kevin, don't continue. Yeah. Don't continue this. Don't continue the crazy nonsense with the drugs. Go back to me. Focus on me.
No, I'm just telling him why I hate it so much.
Kevin, we know. We know, Captain Obvious. All right, Kevin. We all know. We're done with the drug conversation, folks. Kevin, you had more questions for me. Go for it. I'm giving you that opportunity. Let's not waste it on talking about drugs.
Well, I asked you the questions. I was asking where you get your morality from. You said it's your own opinion.
I'm a anti-moral realist. I don't believe there are moral facts.
There has to be moral facts.
Okay, demonstrate it.
Because if there's no such thing as absolute moral facts, then you can't determine right from wrong.
This is just an appeal to the consequences.
Well, I mean, society wouldn't function if morality wasn't true or false. I mean, we wouldn't be able to make laws. We wouldn't be able to determine. No, we couldn't.
I mean, listen, was slavery moral? We still had slavery in America, and we had laws. There was tons. I mean, we have government. You could still.
That was a Democratic Party, by the way. That wasn't all American.
Oh my God, I gotta get out of here because I can't stand you.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, so it started with slavery and all of that, but Jill is on his liberal kick. And when I say liberal kick, I mean Jill and most Republicans at this point, but Jill especially, just seems to have a hard on for liberals. I don't know if he finds us cute, and he likes to lump a lot of people into that terminology of liberal. I don't know what his obsession is, but Jill has an obsession with liberals.
Not all Americans.
The conversation.
It's the party you
maybe we'll do something.
It's the party you still support today.
I just yeah, the Democratic Party.
Don't demonize all of America for what your party did.
Worships Reagan, and Reagan said,
"Yeah, liberals are a poison to society."
What your ancestors did. Don't demonize all of us.
We're living in the New Testament.
You guys have a good day.
Why do you focus on the Old Testament if we're living in the New Testament right now? Is my question.
Why do I focus on the Old Testament?
Yeah, we're living in the New
God
Testament.
is still God. Like if some man like in his 20s molested a child and now he's like 60 years old and wants to babysit my children, he may be 40 years later, but I'm still going to be like, hey man, it looks like you molested a child in your 20s. I'm going to keep away.
To be fair, the world was a totally different place back then compared to now, right?
Are you a moral relativist? Do you think morals like pertain to like society opposed to God's standard?
Well, morality.
So I want to interject, King. Since you are not sober, I would not suggest you respond to his questions. You might give insufficient answers or something.
No, I'm totally of sound mind.
Well, that's what Skylar wants. That's what he wants. That's why he questions King.
Well, I tried to talk to Kevin.
See, I don't respect that though. You guys are
you don't want to talk to me, however.
Stupid or something. You don't understand. I use this as medication.
Won't even show his face.
That defeated your argument years ago. So
I don't use this to get high and
probably showed your face.
Show your face, Jill. Have some courage. Show who you are.
And have some respect.
Millions of
you
created cancel culture, right? Because you're a coward. You created cancel culture for a reason.
What are you talking about?
Show your face, King. Shut up. Jill,
you created cancel culture. Why?
You do like
get rid of cancel culture. Get rid of cancel culture.
What are you afraid of? What did you do that's so wrong?
Get rid of cancel culture. I teach the truth. That's what I do wrong.
What would happen?
Cancel culture.
Jill, what could they get you on?
Cancel culture will get you on telling the truth, like Spygate, like the Biden's laptop. They'll get you on those things.
What have you done?
Hunter Biden's laptop.
You from?
I taught about Spygate before you guys admitted it.
Don't pretend.
So Jill is asserting here that he doesn't show his face because, he talks his crazy right-wing conspiracies and they'll fire. He's afraid that he'll get fired from his job. But the problem here is, like I was talking to Jill pre-Trump, and at least I think it was pre-Trump. I'd have to actually go back and look. But he wasn't showing his face back then either, before Spygate and all that shit. So, I've had this open challenge to Jill because I think Jill is a white supremacist, and I think that here in a little bit now, Skylar's he's losing patience. He's not going to take it for too much longer. This already went longer than I thought it would. But we're going to come to a moment. Like I'm going to clearly ask Jill if being a neo-Nazi is bad, and he's going to say no, and pretty much going to tell us that Black Lives Matter is. Supporting Black Lives Matter is being worse than a neo-Nazi. So I think I have really legitimate reasons to think that Jill is a neo-Nazi, and I have this open challenge. All he has to do is show me an arm, because I think he's a white supremacist, and I think he's white.
That got me banned.
Hate women.
That got me banned from YouTube when I when I talked about what was actually
What
going
about
on
your hatred of women?
and the spying on Trump's
Or your
campaign,
fear to
which
debate
you
women?
didn't admit until
Remember
2
when you
years
were afraid
later.
to debate
So
women?
let me ask you now,
You
liberal,
remember when
since
you
you're here,
refused to come on my channel?
is
because I thought there was
Hunter
gonna be a woman
Biden's
on there?
laptop a reality?
Do you think that? Do you remember
Did
when
Hillary
you
spy
thought?
on Trump's
I'm not going to talk
campaign?
politics with you.
Did Hillary
You have
spy
no
on Trump's
understanding of
campaign?
politics or anything like that.
Did
And I'm not even
Hillary
a
spy
Democrat.
on
I don't know
Trump's
why you
campaign?
keep bringing up Biden and all these people.
Did
I-
Hillary
I
spy
don't even know why
on
we're
Trump's
here now.
campaign?
I'm
I think
off
we
the
get
set.
here. Oh,
Time,
Jill
you
is how
remember
we
Jill
got
when you were
here.
afraid to come on the
So
show?
Repent or die,
that's-
liberal. Repent or die.
So cancel culture was created to quell the
Sin or die, liberals. Man, that's really popping today. I should probably get my voice back. Hopefully, I'm not blowing your eardrums out. Sin or die, liberals. Sin or die. Like, do they not even hear themselves, right? Like, they got mad at Hillary Clinton for calling them deplorables, and they're like, sin or die, liberals. Like, what the fuck? Like, Kevin is a special kind of douchebag, for real.
those types of ideas or those types of
Yeah.
discoveries. So if you're promoting those things on your channel, you could be canceled. So get rid of your cowardness and your cancel culture, and then I'll show my face.
Yeah, I totally affect cancel culture.
Right?
I have everything to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah, people like you. That's
Oh, you guys are talking still about the poison ivy. Yeah, I looked it up. I don't know. I'm not a botanist or nothing. It does make sense to me now, I guess. Yeah, like how else would you how else would I don't know. But yeah, I looked it up. Definitely bear seeds.
That's who created it.
Yeah, even though
People
I've
who you
argued against
support,
cancel culture,
people
I'm
who you
actually one of
vote
these people
for,
who argue for free
people who
speech
you put in
and don't think
charge,
people. I
like
don't
Joe
believe
Biden.
people. Just let me know.
How was
Jill.
that decision?
Whatever,
How was
we can have a
how was your
conversation,
decision
but
to
you have
vote
to
for?
shut up.
Do you have
Jill.
second thoughts?
Yeah,
Jill, you're making a claim.
Remorse.
Jill, you're making a claim about Skylar. I personally have never seen Skylar Fiction participate in anything that could be considered remotely to be cancel culture. So support your claim. You're making a claim against Skylar.
I just did. He votes for and supports those politicians who put these.
Because he enacts his American right to vote, he's into cancel culture.
Yes,
and how does he know who I voted for?
If there was a president who was promoting pedophilia and you voted for that president, you are supporting pedophilia.
Oh, you mean like Trump?
Like Trump? Grab him by the pussy, Trump?
Going to Epstein's Island, Trump? You know, like that Trump?
Sex with a porn star, lied about it, paid her off, lied to his campaign about it, and everybody. And you supported that guy, right?
For the party of slavery, the party of Jim Crow.
All right, so I mean, he's taking us down that liberal rabbit hole, like his liberal rabbit hole, and this is what I'm saying, and I said it way earlier in the stream, so you might not have been here. A lot of you, some of you might have been. I have never been able to determine, in all the time that I've known Jill, whether it's fake or not. I don't. I don't know if he really believes this shit when he starts going on these tirades. It's so hypocritical with every breath because pretty much everything applies to him. And I've never been able to determine if Jill is a Poe. It's always been a question, and it's the result of him hiding behind his camera when he says such outrageous shit and does such outrageous shit. You know, hiding behind your camera is one thing. Hiding behind your camera when you are saying a lot of the things that Jill is quite another. And I've never been able to figure out if he's real or not. I want to have hope in a humanity enough to think that a lot of these people that say this shit online don't really think this shit. But, you know, reality slaps you in the face. The January 6th has happened. I think new polls are showing like 15% of the country now are QAnon. 15%. That's a large number of the country that believe really ridiculous shit. And it's all centered around Democrats being Satan worshipers that abuse and sacrifice children. Batshit crazy.
Cancel culture, abortion. That means that you are supporting those things.
Change the topic. Well, you support when Donald Trump had sex with a porn star, cheated on his wife.
That's not on the platform of the GOP. That's not a policy on the platform of the GOP. Someone's individual. Notice I named policies. Notice I named policies, not individuals' behaviors. I named policies.
Cancel culture is on the Democratic platform now?
Yeah, yes. I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Yes,
where is
it is.
Show it. You know that they even had a Republican platform last time.
Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you all of the politicians on the left saying this needs to be canceled. Even in Canada now, it's illegal to be a Christian.
Why are you taking this to politics?
Yeah, the platform of the Democratic Party is one of censorship.
Show us the Republican platform from last time.
Do I need to show you that the fact that the DNC is tied with the liberal media? Really? Do I need to show you that?
Yeah. See, now you're running. You're running from showing evidence of what you claim.
All right. So the Democratic Party is linked to the liberal media. Show that claim. Support that claim. Now, is a lot of the quote unquote liberal media liberals under Jews' estimation? And by liberal, I mean anybody that's center right to far left, farthest left you can go, are liberals. So if you're center right, if you're the John McCain's of the world, you are liberal. If you are a fucking anarcho-communist or anarchist or some shit like that, you are a liberal. So Jill has this concept of liberal that's completely fucked up. And I forgot my entire point there because I'm smoking weed.
BC, MSNBC,
Fox News.
Okay, so what you
conservative talk radio?
The major networks are all liberal.
Glenn Beck.
Mussolini did exactly the same thing.
I'm sorry. We're waiting for that. We're waiting for the Democratic platform where it says.
Yeah, I see. I've been smoking this purple weed, and it's good. It's good. It makes me forget some shit sometimes, but it don't get me king high.
Cancel culture is part of it.
Well, what is a platform? You don't even know what I mean by platform.
Well, you know that the parties have platforms, right?
Yeah.
That they announce during their actual election campaign.
They release a document that says their platform for the election cycle, right? Like, you understand that, Joe. It's not individual politicians, what they say in front of a camera.
Yes.
It's a platform.
So do you want a chart? All right. So do you want a chart that will speak about free speech?
We want the Democratic platform.
Like, Jill, you're supposed to be a teacher. You should understand that Democratic Party or parties, both parties, we're a two-party system, and I do agree with the side chat. We should do away with the two-party system. But parties have platforms. Green Party has a platform. Democratic Party has a platform. Republican Party usually has a platform. Skylar Fiction, not wrong. Last time they didn't. So it's everything Jill says is just nonsense. You know, like the point that I forgot before was, Jill talking about. Oh, I forgot it again. I had it. It came back to me and it made me pause, and then I forgot it again. It's gonna drive me crazy. Goddamn purple weed. So Jill talking about like he was saying something that Donald Trump just blatantly did, and it came back to me, and now I can't fucking remember it. It's gonna drive me crazy for the rest of the stream. I should just go back and listen to it, but no, we won't.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Listen
I'm
carefully.
telling you what we want.
Okay.
And you don't need to ask. We're telling you what we want.
I'm trying to get clarification. Do you need a chart? Hold on. Relax.
Democratic platform.
Let me clarify.
Cancel culture is part of what is on the Democratic platform.
So, would you accept a chart that has one side Republican and the other side
the Democratic platform, which you claimed originally?
So, what exactly do you want a chart that says this side is for free speech and this side isn't for free speech?
Well, that's the claim you made. You made
okay.
that. You were the one who made the claim, Jill, and you're walking it back now.
All right.
Saying,
if I can share my screen, I will show you that one side is for the First Amendment and one side is not for the First Amendment. And what we've been seeing,
why is it the conservatives are banning books, bro?
We've been seeing.
The problem is, like, if he actually provided the link to this chart he had, it'd be from some obscure news site that is just pure right-wing propaganda, which was something like I we're gonna get to a part where I'm gonna be reading a New York Times article about a statement that Joe makes, and William Freeman in the side chat is talking about how I'm just spitting leftist propaganda, but then Jill provides a link, and it's like this something pundit. We'll get there. Not too long. Skylar's about had it with Jill. Jill makes no fucking sense. Jill is completely hypocritical when it comes to his politics. Completely blind to anything Donald Trump might say or do. And completely 100% sold into every little conspiracy theory, supposedly. And I say supposedly because I don't know if it's real or not. I think it's very possible that Jill does not believe a single thing that he says here on the internet. But I just don't know.
Is that
they're literally banning
only for free speech when it comes to their narrative?
Why
if it goes against their narrative, they're for free speech. If it's for their narrative,
Republicans banning books.
What's that?
They're banning books. The Republican Party.
Who's banning books?
Texas, Florida.
Twitter
they ban books. The conservatives have banned books. To Kill a Mockingbird.
So do liberals.
1984 has been banned.
So do liberals. Liberals ban books.
Give me an example.
All the time.
Give me an example.
Alex Jones. Alex Jones' whole platform was taken off of YouTube.
Dr. Seuss is banned.
Dr. Seuss's books were banned. Any book that talks about marriage is being banned.
Did the government actually ban?
Math books are being banned. Yes, these are all government.
Where's this going?
No, these are not governments banning books. These are, I don't even know if you can say they're liberal school boards. I mean, I don't think, I don't know the politics of the people on the school board, but it was like a school board that took a Dr. Seuss book down, for their own specific reasons. And school boards across the country, as Skylar Fiction is pointing out, do it across the board. It's mainly like Republican school boards. Like Texas is recently, it's been national news of them outlawing fucking books. And I think one of the books might have even been the Bible. I'd have to go back and look at it.
Officials,
this is why Trump won.
Controlled school.
But it wasn't like it wasn't like atheist or nothing. You know, it was the Republican school board got rid of a bunch of books. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the Bible is one of them.
School districts,
okay,
Democratic
controlled. Democrats, we get it. Okay.
Once again, I'm not a Democrat.
This isn't even this. Oh, now it's the. Oh, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat anymore.
Party.
All right, so this is something I'm going to try to explain it to Jill at some point, but like this is something that like Republicans just don't seem to understand. So, in order to actually be a part of the party, right? Like you got to pay dues, and you're a card carrying member, and you got to go to the meetings and blah 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 blah. Now, a lot of people register as Democrat, but you can register as Democrat and not be a Democrat, right? Like we have a two-party system. Now, there are independent parties out there for both political wings, but those independent parties are basically, they have no power. It's basically a two-party system, right? So, you know, I'm more and more, I'm definitely like an economic socialist. I'm more and more willing to call myself just with the term socialist. was a part of the Democratic Party. I left the Democratic Party. I'm no longer part of the Democratic Party. I don't consider myself a Democrat. I consider myself a socialist. But I still vote for the Democrats because they align with my politics far more closely than Republicans do. And Republicans are far right extreme now. Like, there's no moderate. Like, the Liz Cheneys of the world, the hardcore conservative Liz Cheneys of the world aren't extreme enough for the Republican Party right now. So, I mean, just because you vote Democrat doesn't make you a Democrat. All right, so I'm not a Democrat either, and I'm way farther to the left of
Nobody's
Skylar.
a Democrat anymore. What happened to the 81 million? Where'd they go?
I just because I vote Democrat,
they all disappeared.
All right, so Jill,
They never existed.
Jill, shut up. I used to be part of the Democratic Party, card-carrying member.
Man.
I am no longer. I still vote Democrat because they align with my politics better than conservatives. But I'm not a Democrat. I'm a socialist. Democrats are not socialists.
Right, yeah.
See, Jill just dismisses when he doesn't have arguments. I think he wasn't able to present his original plan.
I don't have an argument against someone who says they're a socialist.
And then I talk about banning books.
I don't have an argument against that.
You know what I don't like, man? As men on here, we're all men. We're all grown men, right? I don't like the disrespect, right? I didn't judge anybody on here, did I? I didn't call anybody out, judge them. I just
King, I don't agree with a lot of things you say, but I think you've been pretty decent in this conversation.
Yeah. Well, that's it, right? You have to have mutual respect for each other, you know. That's what a debate is.
Well, I think you're not really the issue here, King, to be honest with you. It's more Jill than anybody else is the problem.
No, I found that with a lot of these debates, right? People start losing respect. Like, it's just really sad.
Yeah. The key is like, once again, Jill was not able to provide a book that was banned.
I just said a whole guy's entire channel was banned from the internet.
That's not government banning books, bro.
That's not.
No, it's not.
The government
did the government ban Alex Jones' channel?
Yes.
The government did it.
Yes, you missed the point that I made.
No,
fascism
explain
involves
how the government legally.
Sure.
How the government did it?
Yeah, sure. Fascism involves government.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, and like I said, you got to do this with Jill. So, as far as I'm aware, it was the individual companies that banned Alex Jones. It wasn't government. Did the government shut down Alex Jones? The answer is no. Imagine that. He's been sued. Companies have chosen not to platform him, so he has been So he has been forced to choose other platforms. In fact, he's had a trial here recently where he's literally doing his show, sometimes in the courtroom, but definitely outside of the courtroom. Government didn't shut down Alex Jones' channels. Social media platforms chose not to carry him any longer.
Partnering
you don't
with
know fascism is
media and also social media.
Can I ask you?
And Jill has no understanding of what the word fascist means, but he's a fascist. And I think, once again, we're just going to see. He loves him some neo-Nazis.
So the government, the Democratic Party, has partnered with factions, and that's how they're banned.
Know what fascism is.
What's the
that's what fascism is.
Fascism is a right-wing ideology.
Actually research it, yeah.
Listen, what's the problem with them banning this guy's books? You know he's a son of a bitch, right?
Oh no, I don't have a problem with it. They could do it, but don't say that we're the fascists when you're the ones who are banning. You've been banning books for the past 20 years. You've been banning speech for the past 10 years.
All we're asking is for an example of that.
Let me say goodbye to you, man. It was good talking to you. Good seeing you, man. I can't deal with you anymore. He's just
I can't either. I agree, Skylar. Yeah, really good to see you again. I'm so glad that you're back at it, man. We need you, bro. We need you.
No, we should partner up and do something soon. I'll come on. Maybe I can come on. You can review some videos on your channel sometime. I think. That'd
be awesome, dude. Thank you. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Are you on Twitter now?
I am. I just I don't usually work it. I need to get on it
more.
Figure out a way
to communicate with each other. Maybe email or Twitter or something. All right, man. You take it easy, Jill. Go eat a bag of dicks. As always. I'll talk to you later.
Have a good one, Skylar.
We believe.
Oh, I gotta love it. Gotta tell Jill to go eat those bags of dicks. Classic Skylar fiction. I love it, every moment of it, and I can't wait for that to happen. We're gonna make sure that happens for you guys. Get Skylar on, and we'll do a review of one of Skylar's debates or something. That would be fucking awesome. Can't wait for it. Have had Skylar on a couple times before. First met Skylar fiction way back in the day when I was first found out about streaming and everything when I did the Matt Powell movie, right? And it became this huge controversy. And Arn Ra called me the street atheist and god awful movies. Oh my God, I think I still have nightmares about the god awful movies review of that movie. The movie itself, just how atrocious it was, and how I had to spend like 6 months trying to just make people aware that Matt Powell completely butchered that conversation. He did everything he could to sabotage my ability to record the conversation, and was successful with a good chunk of it. But I got the vast majority of it, and it's on my channel. And I had to go on Cirrus's stream. Well, I didn't have to, but like I said, I didn't really know about the online atheist community. I'd watched Cult of Dusty. I'd watched Arn Ra. I'd watched Godless Engineer, Essence of Thought, people like that. But I didn't really, I didn't know I had the ability to stream. I wasn't watching streams. I didn't really know people that was a thing. I didn't know anything about the Google Plus or none of that shit. But I started hearing a lot of people started saying, Sirs just did this big watch of the movie and basically telling me that he was talking shit, and he was. They were all talking shit. So I watched it, and I got a hold of Cirrus, and it was the first time I ever went on a stream. I didn't even know how to work the programming, nothing. Back then it was Zoom. I think it was Zoom that Cirrus was using, and I didn't have any understanding of how to work it, none of that shit. And I go on, and it turns out to be a great conversation, and Cirrus allows me to give my side of the story. And then I think in that first time, Matt Powell actually calls into it, right? So Ocean is there, Cirrus is there, Shay is there. I think the Frustrated Atheist was there as well. And Matt Powell calls into the show, and it was classic. It's just, all right, it was kind of like, now I'm out now in this community that I had no idea that existed. And then I went on Cirrus's show a second time, and Skylar Fiction was the guest of honor, the special guest for that episode of them reviewing, because they reviewed it in, I think, 5 different stages. And that was my introduction to this whole new fucking internet world that I didn't even really know existed. And Skylar Fiction was right there at that very beginning of it, because before that point, all I did was make edited videos. I had my one face-to-face or 2 face-to-face conversations with Matt Powell. Those were my only interactions up to that point that I ever had with any Christian on my channel. And those were face-to-face recorded conversations.
I believe in free speech in this country. Move to China.
I believe in free speech, Joe.
Move to not the DNC.
But I mean, so
not the globalists.
So, but
taking over the DNC.
So you would consider me cancel culture, right? Because, like, if somebody uses a derogatory slur, I will speak up against it. Is that cancel culture?
Well, it depends on who the derogatory term is about. If it's about a Christian, you won't speak up.
Well, no, like, so cancel culture is like, I would go. All right, so we're going to come to the part here. I'm going to try to explore what he means by cancel culture. And I think that there's a couple parts here. I'm really interested to see if I misstep, because I feel like I misstep at a couple parts along the way here. But I'm just trying to understand what he means by cancel culture. I really want to hone it down and understand what Jill fucking means, because it seems to be this thing that liberals do every time we wake up. And I don't understand what he means by cancel culture. So instead of confronting the person directly, I would go behind that person's back or even publicly and tell people not to even go there, right? Like deplatform.
No, that's not cancel culture. That's not cancel culture. That's a protest. That's normal. That's something we've been doing in our culture for centuries. So that's normal. That's what Republicans do when they don't like rap songs. They say don't buy this stuff. So cancel culture is actually trying to get the person's life ruined, calling and trying to get their calling for their firing from their jobs, shutting down channels, shutting down their websites because you don't like what they're teaching or what they're promoting.
So is it all right? So if all right, so right there, he basically gives you a decent definition of what cancel culture might be, right? Like so, you know, if like just say you're a Trumper and you're pro-Trump, and a lot of uber lefties, woke scold, however you want to call them, if you're conservative minded, you know, like they try to call your job, right, and get you fired for that. Yeah, I think that is fucking ridiculous, and I think that would be cancel culture, right? Or in another context, like say online bullying, right? Like, so if you're just like you have your political beliefs and you are getting mobbed and just bullied online, well, maybe that could be considered cancel culture. So I think he gives at least a decent definition of cancel culture, and let's just pull up, let's Google it and see what the definition of cancel culture is, so we can give the actual definition. Because like my understanding has always been like yeah. So, and then I'm gonna start to draw lines here. So when does it become when does it become acceptable for me to participate in cancel culture? And for me, it's always been like, if you're a fucking neo-Nazi, I don't want you as a police officer. So like, I might go as far. It's never happened in my life. I've never had to do it. But I might go as far if I found out like an actual neo-Nazi was like a police officer, ambulance worker, hospital worker or something. Yeah, I might bring it to their boss's attention that it's a neo-Nazi, because, you know, that person has power over people, and a lot of those people are going to be people that he has hatred for. So let's see. It's not really giving me a definition. Usually it'll just give me a... All right, so cancel culture or call-out culture is a phrase contemporary to the late 2010s and early 2020s used to refer to a form of ostracism in which someone is thrust out of social or professional circles, whether it be online, on social media, or in person. Those subject to this ostracism are said to have been, quote-unquote, canceled. All right, so that's a definition for cancel culture. And I think what Jill just said... can fit inside of that definition, right? Like, I really think that what Jill just said can fit inside that definition. So let's continue. If people like, so somebody makes themselves
not known, boycotting. Boycotting is normal. That's what normal people do.
I'm going to ask a question. All right. So not boycotting. Yeah. So somebody is, say, a neo-Nazi, right? And they kind of hide it, but like it gets uncovered. Mm. It gets uncovered that they're a neo-Nazi, that they go on these neo-Nazi radio stations or whatever, and they do these platforms. So who's doing the cancel culture? Is it the people exposing the neo-Nazi? Is it the job that's firing him for being a neo-Nazi?
It's the DNC putting pressure on the employers, on the
the employers can't make their own decisions about who they want to work for them?
It is the DNC putting pressure on the private sector to fire any individual who does not comply to their sense of morality.
All right, so... And I don't. So in the side chat, William Freeman is like, Jill is crushing Rage right now. I can't believe it. And I'm like, no, he's not. And I was like, maybe I'm misstepping, but listening to it back, we'll see if I do. But let's clarify what just went down. So I said, my question was, if it's uncovered that somebody is an actual legitimate neo-Nazi. Let's not say, in this hypothetical situation, I will clarify that here in the stream. In this hypothetical situation, there is not a doubt. It has been uncovered that this person is your glorified white supremacist neo-Nazi. And a company finds it's uncovered, and their company that they work for finds out. Is it cancel culture when the company fires them for having that ideology of being a neo-Nazi? And Jill says yes, because the DNC is pressuring companies to fire, and I'm going to reiterate, neo-Nazis.
That's what cancel culture is. Do
employers have a right to hire and fire the people they choose?
Sure, they do.
So let's say I work for like a Christian organization, right? And it comes out, they find out that I'm the raging atheist. Would they have a right to fire me?
Sure.
So where's the cancel culture?
But
all right, I will say in a minute, so don't freak out. No, they don't. They shouldn't have the right to fire.
They don't have a right to do is suggest that they're not participating in cancel culture, which is what Skylar tried to do. So if you're going to fire someone because of their political stance, you're participating in cancel culture.
How is that cancel culture?
You have the right to do that because it's your business, but don't try to sit up and pontificate that you're doing a good thing and that this is good, because I'm getting rid of the evil Trump supporters, MAGA. Hold on. You're not doing good. You're doing evil, and you're trying to guide under the guise of.
All right, and if you're still here, and if you guys get along with William Freeman's having an orgasm in the chat right now. Like Jill here is just owning the fuck out of me. It was really it's what I've thought of William Freeman all along. King is actually right. In America, they should not be able to fire me just for being an atheist, right?
Right, exactly. Right. That would be Tom.
I didn't unmute. I was gonna see does it show? But no, because it's at the end of the chat because I turned it on right when it stopped, and then it even after you stop the stream, it takes a while to process that live chat.
Amount to right, exactly.
But we give. I don't think it would, and I don't think it would let me go back far enough. Yeah, it's not going to let me go back far enough. All right, we'll continue. Employers that right, like here in Michigan, it's an at-will state, right?
If you're a Trump supporter today, you can get fired from your job just for being a Trump supporter.
Well, here in Michigan, it's an at-will state. You can be fired from your job for anything because the employer chooses to fire you. Yeah, and they could, a company can't fire me because there is laws that state that you can't fire me over race, sexual orientation, religious belief. So when I asked Jill that question, that's an obvious no. Employers cannot fire you for that. But here in Michigan, it's an at-will state, and man, my microphone is really popping. I did move everything into a new room, so it might have better acoustics in here that I'm gonna have to get used to. I just totally took myself off of my fucking very own point there. Yeah, man, I'm smoking too much weed today, I guess. Day off, I don't have, I've been smoking straight weed because I ain't doing shit today. Except for this.
So if I fired you because you're an atheist, that would be cancel culture.
I hate it when that happens.
Don't try to conflate that with protesting.
So do you think we should? Somebody's asking in the side chat who I'm just having one of those really scatterbrained days, I think, and maybe it was a good thing ETT didn't come on today, or maybe I just got it all out of my system so early in the morning today. Determines a neo-Nazi. I'm saying the person comes out it's indeterminate. This is a hypothetical situation. The person is indeed a neo-Nazi, right? It's not the raging atheist making an accusation. The guy's an actual neo-Nazi. Should jobs hire that person?
Yes. Yes.
Why?
Well, okay, let me ask you that. Because he's a human being that has a family also to take care of, like you in
But
your
don't they have a
position.
work environment they need to
So,
worry about?
so why should I hire a liberal then? Can I fire?
Oh yeah, I remember my point. Yeah, so like Michigan is an at-will state, so they're not going to tell me they fire me for being an atheist, right? Like, you can't do that. But you have the right to fire me at any time. So you can say I used the bathroom and I wasn't supposed to, and fire me for that. Or you can just fire me and not give me an excuse, not to give me a reason why. Although I think legally here in Michigan, if I ask why I'm being fired, which I would, I think legally you have to give me a reason why I'm being fired. But it's still an at-will state. They can pretty much fire you for anything. And the question here is, should a company have the ability to not hire a neo-Nazi? And Jill just like, no, you should have to fucking hire the neo-Nazi. And I can't tell you how fucked up that is.
Are all the liberals?
Well, a lot of people won't hire a liberal. A lot of liberals won't hire a conservative person.
Would that be cancel culture? Yes. That's the only point I'm making.
I don't think that's cancel culture. That's capitalism.
You don't think when a conservative is fired, you don't think that's cancel culture. But you just said that if you were fired because you were a liberal or you were an atheist, that would be cancel culture.
No, I was asking you. I never said it was cancel culture. I was asking you where the cancel culture was. My position is that
cancel culture is in.
My position is under capitalism. We have given employers the ability to hire and fire, especially in certain at-will states like the state I live in. I don't know what state you live in or care. I don't know about your state's laws, but here in Michigan, an employer can fire you just because they don't like you, right? Like
that's fine.
It's an at-will state. They can fire you for anything.
And when they do so, we can say that person, if it's for political reasons, we can say that person's participating in cancel culture.
So I will agree with you when it comes to cancel culture. Like say, if somebody makes just random comments, right? Like, and there's no real like history of hate behind them or whatever. And people go out of their way and they're contacting people's businesses and trying actively to get them fired. I would say that's cancel culture. I agree with you on that. And I think that it's wrong. But like, say if somebody is carrying forth a hateful ideology.
Hateful according to who? I would say everything that you teach is hateful. That's my understanding of what you're teaching based on.
I would hope that we would agree that Nazism is a hateful ideology.
Would you agree that Black Lives Matter is a hateful organization ideology?
No. Okay, I don't equate the two. I don't equate the two.
I'm not asking you to conflate. What I'm saying is that those who believe Black Lives Matter is just as harmful as Nazis would say the same. What's your evidence that Black Lives Matter is not as harmful as Nazism? Your opinion. That's your evidence.
Have Black Lives Matter committed a Holocaust?
Yes.
When?
On their own people.
When?
On their own people.
When? You know what a Holocaust is?
Are we talking about Nazis today, or are we talking about Nazis 20, 30, 100
We're talking about Nazis.
Okay, we're talking about people who live today who identify as Nazis. They are not as harmful as Black Lives Matter. That's according to the statistics. Today, you want to pin what someone did 100 years ago onto the organization today. If that's the case, then I can take Black Lives Matter and pin what was done in Africa on them because they're Black also. Right? Wow. So Black Lives Matter, according to the numbers, is more dangerous than any Nazi group today in America. That's according to the statistics. They commit more murder, they commit more mayhem, they cause more damage to our society.
All right, so once again, Joe just showing his straight white supremacy. Just straight up showing his straight white supremacy. So societies determine fringe groups. Sometimes I agree with it and sometimes I don't, right? bronies, right? Like, so bronies would be like a fringe group in society. And I would say relatively harmless, you know. I was actually turned on to it back in the day by a YouTuber, and they just like, check this shit out, and I found it hilarious and harmless and weird and you know, just like that my opinions, but like it was just odd, right? Like, and it's like this fringe group that you know, they're kind of on the outskirts and they are just with themselves, right? But then you have like neo-Nazis, right? Who under this awful ideology of fascism committed just atrocious hate crimes against races of people that they did not like. And you know, there was a time in this country, you know, when punching a Nazi was the most American thing you could do. It was Indiana Jones. Every fucking movie, he was punching a Nazi. At some point or another, I do believe. Those first 3 movies back in the day. Maybe even the new ones. I don't know. The new ones never really... I think I watched one of them, but didn't leave much of an impression. But, I mean, we're talking fascism. We're talking neo-Nazis. We're talking just straight hate ideology. Now, here in America, you have that right to have that ideology. But with everything, there's consequences to that, right? Like, so I have the right to be an atheist, right? I have the right now, and I'm not equating the two at all. I should probably stop. People use it against me, but I'm not equating the two at all. Like, I can be an atheist and live in this American society that's mostly made up of Christians, and of those Christians are mostly made up of fundamental evangelical Christians. At least half of them. We'll give half of them, right? So I can be myself. I have that right to be myself, but I will face consequences for that. And I made this channel and I rail against those consequences, right? Now, I don't hate anybody. I don't even hate Christians. I find them silly. I find them harmful sometimes. Jill here is being very, very harmful and with this ideology, but I don't hate them. I don't hate Jill. I hate the things he believes, but I don't hate Jill. Or I wouldn't still be talking to him, trying to change his mind, trying to make him see. Because like I said, I don't know if it's fake or not, but if it's not fake, like, I don't want to give up on him. Like, if it's not fake, I think he can be turned eventually, maybe. I don't know. But I thought the same thing about Matt Powell. I'm very delusional when it comes to humanity. And I'm not afraid to admit it. I want to see the good in humanity. I still do, even through all the bullshit I've been through. But this is a group that created atrocious crimes against Jewish people, gay people, people they didn't like. And you can be that, but you're going to face the consequences of that. And companies who want to provide a safe work environment for their employees, I think, have the responsibility not to hire somebody that's going to have a hateful ideology. They have that responsibility.
As far as looting and rioting than any neo-Nazi group, probably more than them combined. Wow. Now what? So if you say you're associated with Black Lives Matter, can I fire you from your job? Yes or no?
In Michigan, you could.
If
it was your decision, I don't think that you would put on the termination papers, member of Black Lives Matter. I think you would find some other excuse. But in Michigan, an employer can fire their employee for anything. It's an at-will state.
Right.
It's called capitalism.
Okay. Right. So it's called cancel culture because you don't like that person's
not
political
called cancel
stance.
culture. It's called capitalism.
Right. Because you don't like that person's political stance. You can ruin their lives. You can.
I mean, for one, like, when does politics even come up in job interviews, right? Like, you know, we're talking about people that present a front. You know, neo-Nazis, they don't put on their job application that they're neo-Nazis, right? And if you're in a job interview, I've never been in a job interview where my politics have come up. Now, what I do think happens, and I think it's because humans are human. We have Facebook now, and I know for a fact, because I've utilized it, that when people are hiring, they're going to get on your Facebook page, and they're going to see what you're saying. And if that person has a political affiliation, well, I'm not going to put it past that person to dismiss you from the hiring process. That's the modern world we live in, and people are biased. I think a lot of people try to be unbiased in these and professional. So I don't even think it would be like a majority of people, but pretty much all bosses are looking at Facebook pages. And if you are putting a lot of controversial shit on Facebook, and you're trying to get a job, people are going to see that. And people are going to judge you based upon that. But when we're talking about like neo-Nazis, right? Like, I'm not going to put on my application that I'm an atheist, but I'm also not going to run away from it, right? But these people are completely hiding the truth about themselves in order to oftentimes intentionally infiltrate specific environments like police forces, military, classrooms, teachers, doctors, nurses, ambulance drivers, the people that work in the ambulance keeping you alive as they're taking you to the hospital. And if you have a hateful ideology, and if you're a white supremacist and there's a minority that you are now in charge of keeping alive, I don't want you in charge of that if you hate that person. And I don't think that companies should want you to be that person, and I don't think that they do want you to be that person. At least I would hope that they don't. And I think that if it's found out, well then, yeah, I don't have a problem with that person losing their job. I want them to lose their job. But Jill never makes any sense. It's constant conflation. It's you support Black Lives Matter. Like, what Holocaust did Black Lives Matter commit? Do individuals do fucked up shit? Yeah. Do things happen in the midst of protest? Yes. If you've never been in a protest, you are jacked the fuck up on adrenaline, especially if there's police right there. Yeah, shit happens. It has throughout history. Have they committed a Holocaust? Like, what are you even talking about? But you have no basis. And we're almost to the end of this, but we still haven't gotten to the part because he's going to continue with this shit. And this is what I'm saying. Like, when you deal with people like this, it's important for this to be made clear about these fuckers. Because I think a lot of times people dismiss me when I say that Jill is a white supremacist because he claims to be black. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't, but it doesn't take away from the ideology he professes.
You can take their...
How you ruin their lives. Like, if you lose your job, you just get another one.
Oh, okay. Was that easy for you when you lost yours? Just get another one?
I didn't lose my job. I had to quit my job.
Oh, okay. Was it easy for you to get another one?
It would be easy to get another one in that field, yes.
Oh, okay. Was it easy for you to find another one?
If I was trying to find a job in my field, yes. The problem is I can't work in my field anymore because my feet went out.
Okay. So it wasn't easy.
So like if I was trying to, for one, Joe, I wouldn't have lost my job. I didn't lose my job. I had to quit my job because I couldn't perform my job any longer.
You sound like
I have had an issue trying to find another job, not because of I'm a liberal or because I'm an atheist, but because I don't have experience in. Okay. I have experience in one field, and I can't do that field anymore.
So what if someone said that you could not be hired again because of your support for Black Lives Matter? Would that be right
I
or
wouldn't
wrong?
want to. Well, if that was their reasoning for not hiring me, I wouldn't want to work for them.
No one can hire you anymore. You've been blacklisted, basically. Like Trump supporters are. Let's say you went.
Who said that?
Let's say you went to a Black Lives Matter rally and some fights broke out.
I've never said that I was blacklisted. The fact that
I'm giving you a hypothetical.
I support the movement. I don't support every individual action. Black Lives Matter has nothing to do with my job hunt.
Sure. Let's say you're at a Black Lives Matter rally and you're there. You're not committing any mayhem or crime, but there are people that are. And later, 2 months later, the FBI comes and knocks on your door and says and puts you in jail for 6 months. Would you say that's justice, or would you say that's good or evil?
Huh? Say that again.
You're at a Black Lives Matter rally. You're protesting another black guy who tried to fight against the police, and he wound up getting shot. You're protesting that, and there's violence going on around you, but you're not participating in it, any of the violence. The FBI comes and arrests you 2 months later and puts you in jail for 6 months and doesn't give you the opportunity to post bail. Is that justice? Is that good or bad?
Well, I don't know. I mean, when they have the opportunity to prove their innocence?
No, you don't have the opportunity to post bail.
You don't
either.
go to court? You don't go to court?
You're in jail for 6 months waiting for your court date.
I think that they should have an opportunity to post bail.
You should. They should, right? Yeah, especially if they didn't commit any crimes or commit any violence. They were just there.
All right, so Jill is getting to the January 6th riot, right? So now, if people have been locked up without bail, it's something I'd have to look into, and it wouldn't surprise me if they. I would assume that a lot of them probably have been. This is not something that I'm going to bring up in this stream. It's probably something that I should have, but I didn't think of it in the moment. If they have been, right, it's because of the Patriot Act. It's the only reason they would be or have the ability to lock them up without due process. Because to consider the act on the Capitol an act of terrorism. And under the Patriot Act, which I must remind Jill here, came under a very right-wing administration, George Bush Jr., right after 9/11. So if that's true, and I haven't looked into it, this is not one of the things that I look up with Jill here. If that's true, the only reason they would be able to do so is because of the very right-wing policy that I will grant you Barack Obama utilized, Donald Trump utilized, and now Joe Biden, if he's utilizing it, has utilized, is only there because the right wing put it there. Right? And the whole country let them do it right after 9/11 because I was around back then. I'm old. And the whole country was just willing to give away their right to privacy to stop another 9/11 from happening. And they took advantage of that. And they passed that Patriot Act with unilateral bipartisan support, except for, like real politicians like Bernie Sanders and a few others who wasn't buying into the bullshit.
There, right? They should have the opportunity. So what we have going on I almost called you Wildheart because you sound like him. But what we have going on in America is the fascist movement has control of these entities like the FBI. We call it Biden's FBI. Cool. And they sent people. He even sent the FBI after parents who protested the transgenderism movement. He even sent the FBI after them. So that's what cancel culture is. What are you talking about? Cancel culture is.
Are you talking about like January 6th rioters being arrested?
Yeah, January 6th rioters were arrested who were not participating in any violence.
Where's your evidence of that? Well, I definitely didn't support it either, Sandy. I at the time was like, this doesn't seem right to me. Like we're allowing all this shit to happen in regards to the Patriot Act. What I meant by that is, the country was gung ho. So like a good chunk of the country was willing to allow. I mean, if you go back to that time, all the polling showed like, the Patriot Act was very, very popular. Because the country felt like something needed to be done, and they took advantage of that. But no, like not everybody. I was definitely one of those back then. Like this is insane.
Oh,
and I was still right wing back then. Like it was September 11th and the George Bush administration that really turned me left.
I did an entire stream on it. I can link it for you.
I mean, so what I'm saying is, you're saying that they never had an opportunity to post bail. They never had an opportunity to prove their innocence.
Oh, this is the first time you heard that. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot.
I've heard that like hundreds of people have been arrested, but you understand that there were literally thousands upon thousands of people that were enacting violence that day.
Not thousands of people were not enacting violence, but okay, yeah, the ones even a.
No, like literally thousands of people. Not the whole fucking rally, but a good chunk of the rally were there at the Capitol doing that crazy shit. According to Jill, we're talking like 30 people, but it's going to get crazy, y'all. It's going to get crazy. So I don't think we're completely done with the neo-Nazi. I'm going to really hammer it down again if I'm remembering correctly. But we are going to get to the part to where I'm just going to have to start Googling some of the shit Jill's saying.
70-year-old World War II veteran who went into the Capitol because he had to take a piss because he's an old.
And Kazoper, probably butchering that. Probably not even really. I don't know meant to be tried as a word. Yeah, that's been my dilemma. I think there's a good chance this is all Poe shit. I'm not sure if Jesus is Lord, believes the single goddamn thing he says. I don't know. He's. I don't know.
Man, and their bladders are weak.
He went inside the Capitol. He went inside the Capitol.
He was led inside the Capitol to use the bathroom, and he was arrested and put in jail.
Oh, he was led inside
by your FBI, by your president's FBI. So this is what we mean by cancel culture. We don't mean someone protesting. Genius. You can protest. People have been protesting for years in America. People have been boycotting for years in America. That's legal. That's perfectly normal. We're talking about using the FBI, using government officials, using the media to demonize an entire population and make them into second-class citizens and not give them and take away their rights. That's cancel culture. So Skylar Fiction. If you're wondering why I don't show my face, just Google.
My searches aren't turning up any 70-year-old man led in the bathroom on January 6th.
All right, I'll get you the receipts. 70-year-old, because your searches are tailored, your algorithms are tailored towards only liberal publications. Right? That's why you need to use my computer where you can actually get some of the news instead of the fake news that you're inundated with. All right. 70-year-old arrested for going into the bathroom, let into the Capitol, like most of the protesters were let into the Capitol. We have evidence.
We have evidence, y'all. We have evidence. All right. Now, you got remember as we get into this, I'm not going to be able to show you the shit that I'm looking at. Praise is asleep at this point. We're probably around 8 a.m. now. So Praise is asleep at some point, and it looks like somebody eventually would end the stream because Praise had went to bed. Shit, probably when me and Skylar first got into the room, close to it.
Evidence of that. We have video evidence of them being let in. He was let in, and because he was there, and because their goal was just to demonize the Trump supporters, he was arrested also.
Yeah, I've been absent lately, so I'm making up for it. No, I was supposed to have a conversation this morning with End Times teacher, a Black Hebrew Israelite. He showed, but his connection was really bad, so we're going to have to reschedule it. This happened this morning when I first woke up, and I'm taking a day off of the job hunt today. Taking a chill day, just really trying to relax and not really think about it too much. So yeah, I've been covering what happened early this morning on Praise's channel since I didn't have good connection with the guy I was supposed to talk to. And we're wrapping up. I'm tired of wearing my headphones.
It was not allowed bail.
So where's this evidence?
Yeah, I'll get you the article, but I can't share it. But I'll link it to you for you in the chat.
It's gonna take him a while.
So that's what we mean by cancel culture. If you were wondering, okay.
So say that again. I was trying to find what the hell you were talking about. What do you mean by cancel culture?
That's what we mean by cancel culture.
What do you mean by cancel culture? So I was still trying to find the story of the 76-year-old man. Oh gosh, when we actually get to the truth of it, just not what Jill is saying here. All right. So what he means by cancel culture here is that this man broke into the Capitol and would be nice to the officers there, and asked to go to the bathroom. Now, he was part of the people that broke into the Capitol. He's there illegally. He should not be there. He's part of the mob that's gonna, that wants to hang Mike Pence, right? And he's nice to an officer because he needs to take a piss, and the officer points him to a bathroom, and he goes and takes a piss. That is Jill's definition of cancel culture, because this man was arrested for participating in an insurrection.
Government officials at the highest, even as high as the president, using the government, using the FBI, using government entities, school districts to cancel those who don't agree with them politically.
So I don't think that
Biden is calling Trump supporters basically the enemy of the state. That's what he said.
I don't think that's what most people consider cancel culture to be. Like, cancel culture to me has always been, maybe I'm wrong here, but like say uber liberals, I call them woke skulls. Like, so you remember when I was hanging out with all the pagans, Joe, right? Those people literally wanted me to go around and try to deplatform people. They wanted me to use my platform to say, Sargon of Akkad is this evil person, and you shouldn't listen to him, right? Like, to me, that's what I consider to be cancel culture. And I'm giving, or like say, when you have a big fight with an ex-friend that makes you no longer friends, and you have a divorce on your channel, right? And that friend has a faction and brings that woke scold faction, and goes around behind your back and tries to get your friends and channels that you associate with not to allow you to be on their channel. That would be what I would be considered cancel culture as well. And that is something that personally happened to me, right? Like, and that's this whole time I'm trying to hammer down, like, what the fuck? Like, remember very earlier, a while ago, Jill had a decent definition of cancel culture, but now is if you commit insurrection against the government of the United States and they arrest you for it, that's cancel culture. Given the woke scold example, because it does happen on the left, but it happens on the right as well. The right tried to do the same thing to people on the left, the extremists. Now, if you're for the First Amendment, I think that you have the right to be bigoted, right? Like, I think you have that right. I think that you have the right to speak it. But I think that, in a civilized world, when we're trying to overcome bigotry, I also have the right to speak my my objection to that bigotry, right? To call it out, to even try to shame it. I don't consider that cancel culture, and that's what I'm trying to differentiate here, because I think that we have clearly what you're describing, government entities suppressing speech would go against the First Amendment, and I think that anybody in that regard should try to press their First Amendment rights. Especially if you can prove that. If you can prove that you haven't broken any laws, we're not talking about January 6th here, going into the Capitol. We're not talking about that. But like, if you, just for your speech, that would be infringement on your First Amendment rights if government's doing it. Cancel culture is the culture doing it, right? Like the culture trying to force people to lose their jobs because they're a Republican or whatever.
Only what you're doing, Rage, is you're trying to separate the culture from the people in the culture. The people in the culture make up part of the culture. So if there are people in the culture who have control, the FBI, the president, they can enact their culture to enforce their culture onto everyone else through political means.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like insurrection is insurrection, right? Like, if you fail in that insurrection, there's going to be consequences throughout history, right? Like, what the fuck is Jill even talking about?
Through governmental agencies. And that's what we have going on. So when you are canceled in this sense, it isn't somebody telling you to go home or go do this in your house. This is the actual government shutting you down and putting you in prison. This isn't just saying, oh, you can't sell, you can't sell, you don't have a license to sell. This isn't that. This is actually being put in jail, sir.
So where is your proof of that? Where is your proof that government is shutting people down and putting them in prison because of their speech?
January 6th. Just Google it, dude. Matter of fact, go to another computer that hasn't been filled with the algorithm.
They're arresting January 6th rioters because of their speech and not because they breached the Capitol and were threatening to kill Mike Pence and all of that shit.
Right. One guy was 70-year-old World War II veteran.
The threatening Mike Pence, the breaching the Capitol, trying to hunt down Nancy Pelosi. None of that was why. It was because of their speech.
Right. Those people who did those things were not arrested because they were there.
They were not arrested.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. So warning. Probably should have a disclaimer. And man, my microphone is just bumping, dude. Just bring it away from my mouth. Maybe a little too farther. Warning, we're going to get into some conspiracy shit. So Jill subscribes to conspiracy that January 6th was the FBI. He thinks the FBI instigated January 6th. He thinks the FBI breached in the Capitol, broke into the Capitol. So conspiracy theories ahead.
Have you heard of Ray Epps? You haven't,
yes, I've heard of Ray Epps. And I'm pretty sure it's been proven that and actually I hadn't heard of Ray Epps. I was thinking he was thinking of the black dude that they were at first saying was Antifa. But this is where I just you know what, I just got to start looking this shit up. So I'm going to look up Ray Epps.
Ray Epps was
or Antifa. They said he's Antifa.
Did you hear Ray Epps on tapes telling people to break into the Capitol? Did we have that on tape?
I don't know. Do we?
Yeah, we do, genius. We have that on tape. Him instructing people to break into the Capitol. Was Ray Epps arrested? No, he was not. So the people who were doing the real violence were not arrested. Rage. It was the people who were just simply there protesting because the idea was not to arrest the actual criminals, not to arrest John Sullivan, Black Lives Matter supporter or leader.
John Sullivan, that's who I thought he meant at first.
Even chapter leader, he was there.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up, Maya. Yeah, so Ray Epps didn't tell anybody to break into the Capitol. He told them to go to the Capitol. And as far as I understand, I will be pulling up a New York Times article here in a moment. Didn't actually breach the Capitol, and in fact is on the run for his fucking life because these right-wing crazies are threatening to kill him.
He's on camera breaking into the Capitol, breaking a window of the Capitol building. Was John Sullivan arrested? Well, Rage?
Just a second. Just a second.
He was not.
One at a time. You said Ray Epps, right?
Ray Epps. Was Ray Epps arrested?
A Trump backer's downfall is the target of January 6th conspiracy theory. But Ray Epps became the unwitting face of an attempt by pro-Trump forces to promote the baseless idea that the FBI was behind the attack on the Capitol. Ray Epps has suffered enormously in the past 10 months as right-wing media figures and Republican politicians have basically described him as a covert government agent who helped to instigate the attack on the Capitol last year. Strangers have assailed him as a coward and a traitor and have menacingly cautioned him to sleep with one eye open. He was forced to sell his business and his home in Arizona. Fearing for his safety and uncertain of his future, he and his wife moved into a mobile home in the foothills of the Rockies with all of their belongings crammed into shipping containers in a high desert meadow a mile or two away. And for what? Lies, Mr. S asked the other day with a look of pained exhaustion. All of this, it's just been hell. Almost from the moment that a violent mob stormed the Capitol on January 6, 2021, allies of former President Donald J. Trump have sought to shift the blame for the attack away from the people who were in the pro-Trump crowd that day to any number of scapegoats. First, they pointed at Antifa, the leftist activists who have a history of clashing with Mr. Trump's backers, but who did not show up when the Capitol was breached. Then they tried to fault the FBI, blah, blah, blah. Mr. Epps, 61, was not just a bystander on January 6th. He traveled to Washington to back Mr. Trump, was taped urging people to go to the Capitol, and was there himself on the day of the assault. But through a series of events that twisted his role, he became the face of this conspiracy theory about the FBI as it spread from the fringes of the mainstream. Obscure right-wing media outlets like Revolver News used selectively edited videos and unfounded leaps of logic to paint him as a secret federal asset in charge of a breach team responsible for setting off the riot at the Capitol. The story about Mr. Epps were quickly seized on by the Fox News host Tucker Carlson, who gave them a wider audience. They also echoed.
So why are we reading this again? Was he arrested? Yes or no? I don't know why you're reading an article about what they did to him.
You're giving. No, because he didn't break the law. He was just one of those people that you are claiming were the ones getting arrested. He was just one of those. He was one of those that didn't actually break the law. Yeah, he told people to go to the Capitol because Donald Trump told people to go to the Capitol. Donald Trump told them that they were taking the protest there. But he never broke the law. And now he's on the run for his life. Because people want to kill him. And that's the truth of it. And Jill didn't like hearing that truth. And William Freeman, that entire time, in the side chat, talking about my left-wing propaganda. That was a New York Times article. Now, I know they considered the New York Times left-wing propaganda, but that's the news. That was the truth behind it. You know, this dude is on the run. Now, I guess, it could be a cover story for the FBI, maybe. But, you know, you would have to, just disbelieve what your eyes told you that you saw that day. That's all you have to do. Disbelieve what you actually experienced that day as you watched. And if you haven't seen it, there's an excellent documentary by the guy that the January 6th committee called, who was actually there, was inside filming everything. So you can really see what really happened. And they detail it. They lay it out just how close Mike Pence, they came, it was really close. If you haven't seen this documentary, you probably don't know. They almost got Mike Pence. They almost got him. I don't even like Mike Pence, but I don't want you to kill him. Because he did his civic duty. You know. So all you got to do is just disbelieve your lying eyes and believe Tucker Carlson and Revolver News, because this man is now on the run for his fucking life. It's like right-wing conspiracy theory bullshit.
Was he arrested? Yes. Did it say anything in that article about him being arrested? Yes.
Did he break the law?
Was he? Yes, he broke the law. He was promoting. He had a megaphone. He was yelling, "Go to the Capitol," and we have him on camera doing this, promoting violence, telling people to go into the Capitol, breach the Capitol.
That's a lie. That didn't happen. They have him on camera telling people to go to the Capitol. He was at the rally. Donald Trump said he was taking the rally to the Capitol, so he's on camera, yes, with a microphone telling people to go to the Capitol. He got to the Capitol, shit popped off, and he made the decision not to go in. He did the right thing, and he hasn't been arrested. This goes against the point you're making completely. Because you only read, your far right-wing propaganda that tells you these lies and espouse these lies to you. Or you're just fake as fuck. And I want to think that it's all fake. I don't want to think people can be this bad. People don't actually believe that there's any reality where you can equate people in the Black Lives Matter movement to neo-Nazis. Now, if Jill said the ISUPK, I'd agree with him. ISUPK are black supremacists. They're They have a hateful ideology that I think equates very closely with neo-Nazi ideology. But he does it with Black Lives Matter. And that's I was going to talk to a Black Hebrew Israelite. I'm really interested to see where on the spectrum he falls. If he's, because I have talked to him before, and he does have agreements with some of the things that ISUPK says. But we'll see. Like once I finally talk to him. I want to think that nobody would actually do that. That nobody's that dumb or dishonest. That nobody would actually believe that. I want to believe that Jill is a Poe. But it would have to be like the greatest Poe of all time. Because I've known the guy now for like 4 years. And it's been this for 4 years.
Tomorrow, he was there the night before, hyping people up. He's what we call a provocateur.
Mr. Epps is about to be a very rich man.
Why wasn't Epps? So why wasn't
I'm reading
Epps
this
arrested,
article here.
Why wasn't Epps arrested?
Probably because he didn't go into the Capitol.
He was in the Capitol. He was arrested. He wasn't arrested for conspiracy. Why?
Oh my God, you're so. I mean, you're clearly getting your shit from crazy sites, dude.
So
I still haven't gotten the link you promised me.
Yeah, I'll get you that. So John Sullivan wasn't arrested.
Yeah, y'all remember that link about the dude that went to the bathroom that I was supposed to get, and I still haven't gotten that.
Neither was Ray Epps. All right, here's the article. All right, it's from the Gateway Pundit, and it's entitled. You can't see it because I can't share my screen.
The Gateway Pundit.
This isn't even the story. They must have scrubbed it. 73-year-old pastor, Purple Heart
I would like to thank
veteran.
you for providing a perfect example of right-wing cancel culture. This poor man is in hiding for his life because of, like you extremists.
No, actually, he wasn't arrested, however. So however people are treating him, we're not talking about treatment of the...
Like, holy shit. Like, yeah. He's on the run for his life, but he wasn't arrested, yo.
People.
I don't know. Maybe he might want to be arrested so they protect his ass.
That we're talking about government officials with authority to put you in jail and the authority to cancel you you can't get a job now because you're a felon, right? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about you not letting me on your channel, Skylar not letting me on his channel. Who cares?
All right, so now, like earlier when he tried to diss me with not being able to get a job, like he tried to say like I was blacklisted, but now he comes to the truth of the matter. He thinks that I can't get a job because I'm a felon. And while I'm sure that that's been true for a lot of people, I think it's probably been more true for a lot more black people than white people because I've never had a problem getting a job being a felon. Now, I live in Michigan. My felonies, I committed them in North Carolina. I don't hide my shit. I don't lie about my shit. Never have, never will. But I've never had a problem getting a job because of my felonies, ever in my life. And I know that that's just not the same for people that don't look like me. I can see that as a fact. But Jill, he assumes that because I'm a felon, that's gonna make it an issue for me to get a job. But really, I don't try to get jobs that really care about that. Like I'm not an accountant or a lawyer or fucking I don't know whatever. I do jobs. I don't have a real career. I've always kind of lived outside of that. My career mainly has been the restaurant business. I was a server for a long time. I cook a little bit. I bartender for a long time. Management. I've done some things here and there. I've been a roofer. I've worked in construction for a time. Worked in factories. And in factories, as long as you're honest about your felonies, you can get a job. Black or white. Doesn't seem to be too much issue, at least the factories I've always worked in. So it's just never really been an issue for me. It's not the reason why I can't get a job. I tried to explain it to him. I've been in a certain field where I need my feet to succeed. I don't work in that field anymore, so it's been hard for me to get a job in a field as a 45-year-old man that I've never worked in before. But I still keep hope. I still keep hope alive that I don't have to go the disabled route, that I can still work for a living. I still keep hope alive.
Okay, we're talking about real people, real lives.
I never said anything about you being on my channel. I don't think you're not allowed on my channel. A 73-year-old
pastor, Purple Heart veteran, arrested for going to the bathroom.
I still haven't gotten this evidence.
Yeah, let me.
Hurry it up, because I do have a show here in a little while that I got to prepare for.
I have work actually, so the link for some reason is not giving me the actual article, but I'll see if I can get it's from the Gateway. Let me see if I can. Sometimes you have to use other search engines because they pretty much scrubbed everything.
I see now. I get it. Cool.
Yeah, but I'll when I find the actual article, I'll certainly link it to you. Maybe you'll need to unblock me from your channel and give me.
I'm pretty sure you're unblocked now. I don't know. You know, the mods block you almost every time you come in, so I have to be up on it. Not under my direction. I tell people not. If you're not giving slurs, I don't want you blocked on my channel. So I have to go in and unblock people constantly.
Yeah. For some reason.
And the thing that like Jill doesn't understand is that Jill comes in and slings around slurs nonstop, man. Like he is just so utterly offensive intentionally. I will never knock anybody for ever blocking Jill. In fact, we've had policies for long periods of time on the channel where Jill gets blocked. Now, I have a general rule that my thing is I don't want people using slurs. I want people to be able to argue. Like my favorite thing about being in a side chat, well, I have two favorite things. One is just straight talking shit. My second favorite thing is actually getting into an argument in the side chat with somebody. And it's just like really me and them going back and forth and just delving deep on some bullshit. Those are my two favorite things. Now, I mainly just talk shit because that's my greatest love in life is I'm a shit talker. I'm from Michigan. I was born here. They took me away for a while, but you can't take the Michigander out of the Michigander. You just can't. And I've been back here now for like 25 years. Michigan is just in me. I like to talk shit. So, that's always been kind of like my policy for my side chat is like, yeah, let's talk shit.
Oh, here it is. All right. Here it is. All right. So I'm going to put this in the side chat for you. And I have a wrench here. So I'm going to put this also in the main chat for everyone else so they can read. All right. Now, of course, CNN is not going to report on this because, again, anything that goes against their narrative that exposes them as the fascists that they are. Fascist just simply means you've partnered with the government to exploit, to put down your political points.
So, all right, I just have to point out, all right, so people in the side chat have been saying the article that I was reading, which was an article from the New York Times. Now, I understand you guys think that that's leftist.
And when I say people in the side chat, I mainly mean William Freeman. William Freeman was just having an orgy. He just thought Jill crushed me.
Or whatever, but it's an actual newspaper. The article I was reading was just leftist propaganda. You provide the Gateway Pundit.
Yes, the Gateway Pundit was probably the few.
Side chat. This isn't propaganda, though, right?
No. So you can. I could say that about the Times. So there it is. There's the story. Now, if you want to contact the 73-year-old Purple Heart veteran to see if he's real, if you think the Gateway Pundit is making it up, you have no evidence they're making it up.
All right, so here we are to the second thing that we're actually going to have evidence of what Jill is saying. So remember the claim. 73-year-old man is a pastor, right? So we'll add that element into it. 73-year-old pastor asked to go to the bathroom and is arrested as a January 6th rider. That was Jill's claim. He just simply made the claim. Like this 76-year-old man who happened to be at the rally earlier was let into the Capitol to go to the bathroom and was arrested. That was the claim. Now, he just provided the article he is making his claim from. An article from the Gateway Pundit. Now, my article that I had brought up earlier was the New York Times, and it was called Left-Wing Propaganda. Not a peep about the Gateway Pundit source here. Not a peep. Okay, so that's where we're at. Now, he's given me his link finally. I've pulled it up. I've got it on my other screen over here. And I see the guy's name, and I'm not going to trust Jill's source, so I'm going to Google the guy's name.
You're just saying they might have made it up because they're right wing,
So
but we have evidence.
And I'm going to be AFK for just a second, so I'm going to let it play. We are near the end now. We're near the end because I did have a conversation scheduled for the morning. The very beginning of this stream, I was supposed to be talking to ETT. Didn't happen. We're almost done now, but I'm going to let it play for a second. I'll be right back.
Evidence that you make up stuff. So if anyone should be skeptical, even though it's the Times, it should be us of you, because you're the one that's shown a track record of fake news, not us.
Cusick. Was James Cusick
Yes, that's his name.
arrested?
Purple Heart Vietnam War veteran and a pastor entered the Capitol to use the darn bathroom. Here's a picture of him. If I could show you the picture of him, I could, but I can't share my screen. There is a picture of him wearing his Trump stuff. He's got on his Trump sachet, whatever that is, or it looks like he has on some sort of banner. He's wrapped it around his body. Old man entering the Capitol, being escorted into the Capitol by the Capitol Police to use the bathroom. He was arrested and put in jail.
Just like
if you can't see what fascism is right under your nose, then you're part of the problem. That's fascism, ladies and gentlemen. A 69-year-old woman was arrested. 69 when the Capitol Police opened the door for her. Here's another article. This one is from also the Gateway Pundit. She was let into the Capitol and she was arrested later. Why? Because the goal was to make idiots like you think that this was some major insurrection. So the more people we arrest, even though these people are in their 80s, it makes us look justified in saying
so wait a minute.
Insurrection.
You made the claim that this person was using the bathroom. This person was at the rally and was part of the Capitol breach. Like
a 73-year-old was part of the Capitol breach.
Yeah,
73-year-old.
73-year-olds don't go to rallies.
We have a picture of him.
All right, so I'm reading this article, right? And his claim was the dude just asked to go to the bathroom and he was arrested. But no, he was actually a part of the group that broke into the Capitol. And there was a moment where he was, quote unquote, nice to the police officer and asked the police officer where the restroom was. And the police officer showed him where the restroom was. Just, yeah, I mean, a decent thing to do. If you actually watch the documentary, not all of it was chaos. There were a lot of there were a lot of hot points. There was a lot of hot points of violence, but there were also several strategies to try to calm the situation inside. And one of those strategies by police was to be as nice as possible and not to instigate violence. You know, you have to have if you watch the documentary, I think you'd have a much better understanding of all the different elements that were involved that day. But the claim was the dude just asked to go to the bathroom. He was a member of it. He was part of it. He broke into the Capitol and then asked to go to the bathroom. That's not the same thing. He broke the law. Now, he was urged to break the law by Donald Trump, but he broke the law. If you fail in your insurrection, there's going to be consequences for failing in that insurrection. That's why if you're going to do an insurrection, you got to win. You got to win that insurrection. Because if you don't, there's going to be consequences.
He led into the Capitol. He didn't break into the Capitol. What did he use? A hammer? How did a 73-year-old?
He was arrested because he was part of it, not because the Capitol Police let him in to use a bathroom.
He was part of the protest.
I'm reading it here, dude. I'm not reading it from your fucked up site. I'm reading it from a Florida this is the beautiful part, because I wasn't reading it from that pundit site he gave me. I was reading it from what I pulled up. Now I'm going to start reading it from what he had given me.
Newspaper here. So your site says
Melbourne pastor, his son in a congregate, arrested in connection to January 6th Capitol riot. And I'm reading the article.
Exactly, right. They arrested him in connection with the Capitol riots, and all he did was go in to use the bathroom.
Well, if that's the case, he'll be able to prove his case and be found innocent, right? I don't get your point here.
Like, no, he'll be right after 6 months in prison.
There was photos on his cell phone.
Without
Jill,
the ability to post
they have
bail?
his cell phone data, and there were photos of him in the rally. There were photos of him in the breach of the Capitol.
Is there any photos of him?
They have evidence of him breaking the law. Yes, and that's why they arrested him.
Is there any evidence of him breaking anything? Breaching?
Yes, that's why they arrested him.
The picture.
They have his cell phone data. I think there was actually three different members of his own congregation that turned him into the FBI, and he tried to erase all the data on his phone. That was the beautiful part. He tried to erase all the data on his phone, thinking that the FBI still wouldn't be able to get it. Data, yo, they got tips. I was reading it. They got several tips from several people. People in his own church. People in his own church was turning his ass in.
Because he was there, right? The point I'm making is that cancel culture says all you have to do.
The point you're making is when your side breaks the law, it's okay.
All you have
That's
to
the
do
point you're
is
making.
Be there in order to be guilty of breaching the Capitol. That's the point I'm making. That's cancel culture.
So was it going to be canceled? So would it have been cancel culture?
Cancel culture.
If Donald Trump sent
my point.
If Donald Trump sent his FBI to arrest Hillary Clinton, would that have been cancel culture?
Can you read what the Times says again? He breached the Capitol.
No, that wasn't the
Capitol to use the bathroom. 73-year-old man.
No, he was arrested. He was arrested after FBI got tips that he was part of it. They arrested him. They got his phone data, and they now have apparently a lot of evidence against him.
They have a lot of evidence he went to use the bathroom, dude.
According to
your article, they're using vague language.
According to the Gateway Pundit,
they're using vague language.
That's what you're using the Gateway Pundit.
The Capitol. What does that mean? He breached the Capitol. How did he breach the Capitol? Does the article explain how he breached the Capitol?
Do you not understand just how he's like anybody has to do?
All right. How about this one?
To know that you're full of shit is to actually look up the shit you're talking about.
How about this one? Yeah, you said he breached the Capitol. That means he broke the law, right?
Yes.
Right? Okay, now you have to explain what breach the Capitol means, idiot. You can't just say, he breached the Capitol. He was let into the building to use the bathroom. They interpreted that as breaching the Capitol.
No, he literally, that never happened. That's not what happened, Joe. That's and the beautiful thing is that's not what the Gateway Pundit says happened.
That's what fascists do. They use words, arbitrary, vague language to arrest you for using the bathroom. That's what he actually did. He was led into the Capitol to use the bathroom, and then a fascist comes along and says, you breached the Capitol, I'm arresting you. That's fascism, sir, right under your nose, but you can't see it because you're too close in it. You're too much in it. You're inundated with fake news. How about this one? A family Texas of five was arrested. A family Texas of five was arrested. Children too. Throwing children in cages.
So, wait a minute. Even your article says claim he was a part of the breach. But
the breach.
It says right here. It says right here. James Cusick was shocked, she said, to find out what the arrest was about. When he was at the Capitol, he was
told he was part of a Capitol breach. Right. He was shocked. He was shocked.
So what? Like he still broke the law. He still broke the law. Oh, the insanity is at its most, and I am pretty much done here. I think I'm gonna let it play out because I'm about to leave the room, but like. And that's all Jill can do. Like, so I completely exposed everything he was trying to say right there. William Freeman having an orgasm in the side chat, thinking that I was failing utterly. But I completely exposed everything that he was saying right there. The 73-year-old man did ask to go to the bathroom, but that's not why he was let in. He was part of the breach. The Gateway Pundit even said it itself. That, yeah, the wife said, yeah, you know, I was surprised at the arrest because we were, you know, so nice to the officers while we were inside. One of them even showed us to a bathroom. Jill takes that, twists that from his own fucking source, twists that into this narrative about how this man is arrested and all he did was ask to go to the bathroom. Jill is a joke. And he can't possibly, I mean, that's why it has to be intentional, right? Like, I read the article he provided that did not say the things that he was saying. That has to be intentional, right? That's a lie. That's an intentional lie you're telling.
He broke the law. Exactly. All right. So how about this one? He broke the law.
Even according to your article here.
Because they interpreted him using the bathroom as breaching the Capitol. God. So whenever a fascist wants to arrest someone, they will.
So now even the own source he provided is wrong because Jill knows all, and they interpreted the fact that he asked to go to the bathroom as him being part of the insurrection. Now, they have his cell phone data. They have people in his own parish fucking turning his ass in because he was probably bragging about it and showing them all the pictures. Oh, yeah, we almost got that bastard Mike Pence. We're going to hang him. The assertion that a 73-year-old would not possibly be a part of a rally of any kind, as if 73-year-old people can't have politics or be passionate about politics. Jill.
Well, reinterpret what you did as something else, as something that sounds sinister. He breached the Capitol when he really did.
I really don't have. I've got to show the prayer.
Yeah, you got to
This is insane. I mean, I could do this all day because everything you bring up, all I got to do is type it into Google to find out your bullshit. So yeah.
So
great.
So if you
conversation, Joe.
If you enter into the Capitol,
and that's where I dip out. Go up here. And I did. I had a conversation with End Times teacher today. It didn't work out. He had internet connection. He was on his phone. The connection was not good. Like when he came backstage, I could hear him perfectly. But then once the stream started, he couldn't hear anything. We couldn't hear him, and he tried twice. So yeah, and it was. I had it set for noon, but like he's this really weird dude that seems to never be at home. And it's been really wish-washy, and I tried to hammer him down on a time for yesterday. It didn't happen. And then, you know, last night I was like, how about noon Eastern? He said he had up until 2. I got into this conversation this morning because I'm taking the day off from the job hunt. I'm just chilling out today. Thinking I had till noon before my conversation today. And I get out of this conversation right then and right there. I checked my Gmail, and like 43 minutes earlier, he had emailed me asking if we could do it now. So I'm like, fuck it. You know, I'm not in the conversation now. I'm not doing nothing today. Yes, we'll do it now. So I set it up. So I immediately pretty much went from this conversation to reviewing this conversation. But it wasn't intentional. I was going to do that tonight. And I might still do something tonight because there's another part of this conversation that I need to check out. I was trying to check it out before Skylar came in, and once Skylar came in, I decided to go in myself. But it's a part where I guess Darth Dawkins goes the fuck off on Mark Reed. Now, I'm not sure. I haven't seen it, but they were talking about it, and it didn't seem like the Christians were too appreciative of it. Now, when I first saw the stream this morning. Mark Reed was still there. Mark Reed lives in Australia, so his time is different for him. It wasn't staying up all night. In fact, I think he left so he could eat dinner, so it was just like normal fucking day shit for him. But it was me just waking up in the morning. So Darth Dawkins was there. I'm going to have to look at that part, and maybe if it's what it seems to be, maybe we'll have a stream tonight of Darth Dawkins going the fuck off on Mark Reed. But we'll see. We'll see if that happens. But this happened, definitely. I am this conversation was great. Looking forward to having Skylar on, and yeah, we'll review one of his debates or something. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Maybe even try to set up a room or something. I don't know. I'll shoot him an email. But yeah, it was good. I need to do this some more. I'm gonna try to do this more. I am feeling pretty good about some of the job hunt shit. I feel good about a couple interviews that I've had, and I'm gonna try to keep an optimistic look. So yeah, I'm not getting negative, and I'm feeling a little more comfortable. Maybe trying to do this a bit more again. I really want to set up conversations. I want the focus of the conversation of the channel to get back to like one-on-one conversations again. And in order to do that, I like to schedule them. I don't like on the moment conversations. I want to kind of have an idea of what I'm going to talk about with somebody, and then do the occasional open room type deal as well. So. Yeah, I do hope to get back to this on more of a routine. I'm really hoping that someday soon I'll be able to come on here and tell you guys, yeah, I got a job. But I do agree with you. My most of my troubles right now is my disability. It's that and that alone. I've got a stellar work history. I do have experience in management, but it's a specific kind of management. So it's mainly my disability. And if I have to go that route, I have to go that route, but that's the hard route. I don't want to go that route. I want to work, so I'm feeling hope. I think it's going to work out. I want to thank you guys for watching. I'll see you soon.